Masyarakat dan Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. Berikut kami sampaikan safety briefing ruang auditorium FKKMK UGM lantai 1. Ruangan ini dilengkapi dengan peralatan keselamatan berupa alat pemadam kebakaran. Jika terjadi keadaan darurat di dalam gedung ini, usahakan jangan panik dan ikutilah petunjuk evakuasi sebagai berikut. Ruangan ini dilengkapi 4 pintu. 2 pintu di bagian depan, dan 2 pintu di bagian belakang. Namun pilihlah pintu terdekat dengan ruang terbuka sebagai jalur keluar. Kami sampaikan evakuasi yang tepat. Lepaskan sepatu hak tinggi Anda ketika keluar dari ruangan. Utamakan wanita hamil, lansia, dan penderita penyakit kronis. Jika terjadi kebakaran, keluarlah dengan posisi merangkak untuk mempermudah Anda bernafas. Apabila terjadi gempa, maka segeralah mencari jalan keluar terdekat dan lindungi kepala Anda. Assembly point atau titik temu adalah tempat kumpul untuk keperluan evakuasi pada saat keadaan darurat. Anda tinggal keluar dari pintu dan belok ke arah kiri. Titik kumpul ini berada di depan gedung Geraha Wiyata. Pastikan jumlah rekan kerja Anda sesudah terjadi keadaan darurat. Demikian safety briefing ruang auditorium FKKMK UGM lantai 1. Kami berharap Anda tetap tenang jika dalam keadaan darurat. Terima kasih dan selamat beraktivitas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone and welcome to the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing Universitas Gadjah Mada. And welcome to our big event in this year, Summer Course 2024, presented by Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing Universitas Gadjah Mada in a collaboration with Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Dentistry, Faculty of Forestry, and also Faculty of Geography. This year's summer course took a theme regarding empowering communities for climate health resilience that will be held on October 28 until November 8, 2024. In these occasions, I would like to greet and say good morning to our distinguished guests who already joined with me in this auditorium. Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Dr. Yopi Mahendra, M.Sc, Ph.D, FARS, PH, Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Forestry, Insinyur Dwiko Budi Permadi, S.Hut, M.Sc, Ph.D, IPU, Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Dentistry, Dr. Gigi Rosa Amalia, M.Kes, Ph.D. And then we have Vice Deans for Research, Community Service, Collaborations, and Alumni of Faculty of Pharmacy, Dr.rer.nat, APT, Nanang, Fakhrudin, M.Si. Thank you so much for coming. And then Head of Academic International Assistant, FKKMK UGM, Professor Gunadi, international and national speakers, invited guests, and participants, and also participants who join with me by using Zoom online for across the countries. So everyone, you will join the Summer Course 2024 held by our partner collaborators in this Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also you will have a lot of activities, a lot of fun activities in the Puskesmas in Kulon Progo Regency. To opening these opening sessions of Summer Course 2024, in a few moments we will present to you one of traditional dance of Indonesia. We call it as Ratoeh Jaroe dance, a dance performed at the opening of the 2018 Asian Games in Indonesia, and since 2011, this dance has received recognition from UNESCO as an international cultural heritage. Etymologically, Ratoeh Jaroe comes from the word Ratoeh, which means to speak or chat, and Jaroe or finger. Thus, this dance has the meaning of reciting poetry or telling a story accompanied by finger strumming. The Ratoeh Jaroe dance represents the spirits and elegance of Aceh's women who have been known to be tough since ancient times. So everyone give a big round of applause for Tari Ratoeh Jaroe.
Amin Allahumma amin. Urang mukmin
Gelak-gelak doa.
amin Allahumma amin. Urang mukmin gelak-gelak doa berkat rahmat Allah yang beri nang doa Aceh mau sijata lelale gatanyo lale andai jantate muka tua uteh di jangga tuningon mise anton ta combe ti kamu salah uteh di jangga tuningon mise anton ta combe ti kamu salah lelale gatanyo lale andai jantate muka tua uteh di jangga tuningon mise anton ta combe ti kamu salah uteh di jangga tuningon mise anton ta combe ti kamu salah. Burak-burak menari, burak menari. Lam ateh-ateh renggunong, ateh renggunong. Lam baca bengbuong, hai buong baca bengbuong. Lam ateh-ateh rekuah, ateh rekuah. Lam burak-burak menari, burak menari. Lam ateh-ateh renggunong, ateh renggunong. Lam baca bengbuong, hai buong baca bengbuong. Ateh-ateh rekuah, ateh rekuah. Bila otak rumah
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, a big round of applause for our friends Ratoeh Jaroe dance. And this dance is danced by our beloved students in the faculty. Thank you so much, guys. You did a great job. And then next up, we have the report from our head of the committee, Summer Course 2024. We would like to invite Professor Gunadi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Our beloved Dean from Faculty of Medicine, Nursing and Public Health, Prof. Yodi, and from our colleague, Vice Dean from Dentistry, Bu Rosa, Vice Dean from Forestry, Pak Dwiko, kemudian Vice Dean from Pharmacy. Oh ya, Pak Twin, Pak Nanang, and Vice Dean from Geography. Yeah, actually, for this summer course, we have the theme of empowering communities for climate health resilience. So, as you might already know, that climate change has been a hot topic, including in WHO, and also this is one of the topic in IP and also another sector in Indonesia as well. And according to COVID-19 pandemic that we can survive, one of the most important factor is the community resilience. So based on those two important variable, then we make this topic empowering communities for climate health resilience. And for this summer course, we would like to thank to Universitas Gadjah Mada that always supporting us, and then from Faculty of Medicine, Pak Hamim, Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, and also for other faculty always supporting this summer course, Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Dentistry. And in this opportunity, we also have additional member from Faculty of Forestry and Faculty of Geography. Therefore, we do hope that our participants can make collaboration in more broader aspect, not only health per se, but also from perspective of geography and also forestry. And then the program actually will be conducted within 2 weeks. The first 2 weeks we will have the lecture, and then followed by outreach activities in the Puskesmas in Kulon Progo. After 2 years in Sleman, and then we go back again to Kulon Progo. So I think it's more, I don't know, but regarding to Pak Wahab, I think Kulon Progo is more suitable for the outreach activities compared to Sleman Regency. And then from the participants, Pak Dekan, of course from FU Medical Center, please raise your hand from FU. 24, big applause to FU Medical Center, 24. And then from UPM, okay, and from University of Malta, okay. And then other part is for online, and you may see in the program book. And also last not the least, from University of Patimura. Okay, give applause to University of Patimura. So starting this year, Pak Dekan, that we already have 3-party MOU between FU Medical Center, UGM, and University of Patimura. And last not the least, thank you very much from for steering committee and organizing committee. Please give applause to in the back, Mbak Reni, Mbak Nia, and the gang. And thank you very much. And for all participants, enjoy summer course and also enjoy the Yogyakarta. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next up, we have our new partner collaborators for this summer course. We have Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Forestry, Dwiko, Budi, Permadi, Ph.D. to come to this to give the remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, peace be upon you all. The distinguished Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Nurse and Public Health, and all the professors, associate professors, all the committees, and all the distinguished guests and participants of this summer course. I'm deeply grateful that I'm attending this opening ceremony in this summer course. Let us all praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace, health, and for the spare time granted to us, enabling us to participate in this opening ceremony. Please allow me to convey my apologies as the Dean of the Faculty of Forestry is unable to attend, and I am here to represent him. The theme of this summer course, Interprofessional Healthcare, Empowering Communities for Climate Health Resilience, is highly relevant and intersect with the field of forestry. This is quite unusual that Faculty of Forestry is invited as part of the summer course because we usually work in the jungle without human health, etc. But it is very honorable for us that it's become part of this summer course. I think because we have faced with what is known as the three planetary crises. The first is climate change, pollution, and also biodiversity loss. This is all the three planetary crises that all human race encounter today. And I would like also to say that Indonesian governments for about last 10 years has already committed to mitigate climate change, especially in the forestry sectors. So Indonesia contribute emissions to the global, and therefore we try to mitigate the emissions, and the most contribution for this mitigation is from the forestry sectors, which is about 41% out of the emissions that should be removed from the atmosphere. So what we have done is by increasing carbon stocks through afforestation and reforestation, and then reducing carbon emission through fire prevention and deforestation control. I think in the West or maybe in the global arena, the deforestation is one of the most challenging factors in Indonesia that government recently should control, and also maintaining carbon sinks through sustainable forest management. And beyond mitigation, as humans endowed with intellect and wisdom, I think we also required to adapt to climate change. So besides the mitigation, we also should enhance the other strategies, which is adaptation to climate change. This includes addressing rising temperature that led to droughts, heat temperature, flood, and other hydrometeorological disasters. The health sector plays a critical role in increasing human resilience to the risk posed by the climate change. So today, the government of Indonesia has chosen this is new developments that our elected presidents has appointed Ministry of Forestry, coming from the two backgrounds. The ministry is from religious scholar, and then the vice ministry is from the physicians. So this is coincident with our summer course because I think the forestry sector need both. We should more grateful, I think, and then the problem in the forestry sector need cure from physician, I think. So, in relation to human health and well-being, the Faculty of Forestry is also developing the Healing Forest Center. We have University Education Forest, just 1 hour from here. I think maybe next year, Pak Dekan, the summer course can go to our University Forest. It is a successful example of the reforestation, sustainable forest management, and nature conservation. So it's a change from the critical land to the reforested landscapes. So finally, we wish you success as you embark on this summer course. May our goals and aspirations for holding this summer course be achieved, especially in support to the sustainable development goals. Enjoy your time in Yogyakarta, city with warm and welcoming heart. Peace and prosperity be with us all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Pak Budi. Perhaps for the next course we can visit the forest that held by Faculty of Forestry Universitas Gadjah Mada, or maybe we can go to the IKN. I heard that there is also forest that's under maintenance by Faculty of Forestry. And next up, we have Dr. Gigi Rosa Amalia, M.Kes Ph.D. as a Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Dentistry. Please come to the stage to give remarks and address the audience.
Good morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May prosperity be upon us all. Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Forestry, and Faculty of Geography, Universitas Gadjah Mada, distinguished speakers and honorable guests, and also committee and participant of the program. On behalf of the Faculty of Dentistry, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Universitas Gadjah Mada Summer Course 2024 on Interprofessional Healthcare, Empowering Communities for Climate Health Resilience. This event has been possible through the collaboration of several faculties, including Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Faculty of Dentistry, Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Forestry, and also the Faculty of Geography. And for us, a Faculty of Dentistry, we are very enthusiastic support this initiative, which aligns with UGM's interdisciplinary commitment to fostering innovative solutions to climate health resilience. And the theme underscored the essential teamwork among healthcare and related professionals to tackle health challenges posed by climate change. And this collaborative approach strengthens community resilience by fostering proactive health measures and developing adaptation strategies to mitigate climate impacts. And in dentistry, this means recognizing and addressing the oral health challenges that climate change introduces, particularly in vulnerable population. And through interprofessional collaboration, dental professionals can play a proactive role in promoting health resilience, equipping communities with the knowledge and resources to safeguard both oral and overall health in a changing environment. Please allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, both domestic and also international, who will be sharing their invaluable insights. And I would also like to thank the entire organizing committee for their hard work and also dedication in making this event possible. To all participating students, we're proud that you have chosen to join this program, and you will benefit from its rich content, gaining insights that will broaden your perspective on climate health resilience and deepen your understanding of interprofessional collaboration. I hope you find inspiration in UGM. We have unique academic environment, not only through study, but also through the vibrant cultural and social experiences. Yogyakarta has to offer so many things to explore. This program is an opportunity to form lasting networks and friendship that we hope will enrich both your personal and also professional lives. And finally, welcome to Yogyakarta. Enjoy the program, and thank you for being part of this journey. Warm regards, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosa. Next up, we have Dr.rer.nat, Apotheker Nanang Fakhrudin M.Sc, as a Vice Dean for Research, Community Services, Collaborations, and Alumni, a Faculty of Pharmacy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I hope you well here in Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, participants, dear colleague, Dean Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, and also Vice Dean from Dentistry, Forestry and Geography Faculty. I stand here today on behalf of our Dean, Prof. Satipi, the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Gadjah Mada. We are happy to welcome you here in this very exciting summer course program. And we are more than happy that we conduct this program involving 5 faculties, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing. I really thank you for your strong collaboration with us so far. We conduct this event every year, and we already involved on several faculties this year, also last year, as I remember. I hope that this collaboration will strengthen our aim together to overcome the upcoming healthcare problems. So, as a Faculty of Pharmacy, we have strong collaboration in terms of education and also in the clinical practice with other healthcare professionals, including our colleague from medical doctor and also dentist. And we are really happy today that we extend our collaboration with other faculty to tackle our upcoming issue related with climate change and also other global challenges. So I really thank you from Faculty of Geography and also Faculty of Forestry that we could exchange our knowledge, our skill, how to tackle our upcoming health problem. I hope that this summer course program is a forum for knowledge exchange, for sharing, and also building a relationship between us. And let's work together and make sure that this event success. And I hope you enjoy this program and also enjoy Yogyakarta culture. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Last, we have our beloved Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Yopi M.Sc, Ph.D, F.Sc, to come to the stage to give remarks and address the audience and also officially open the summer course 2024. Prof. Yopi, stage is yours.
Honorable Deans, Vice Deans, distinguished speakers, guests, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, goedemorgen to our Dutch participants. Welcome to Summer Course 2024 on Interprofessional Healthcare. This is a course that brings together individuals from diverse disciplines to tackle the urgent issue of climate change and its impact on global health. This is a course that built on 3 key elements: interprofessional collaboration, climate health resilience, and community empowerment. So first, interprofessional collaboration. We recognize that solving complex health challenges like climate change require collective efforts across disciplines. So today we bring together experts and students from the field of medicine, public health, dentistry, pharmacy, forestry, and geography. Second, climate health resilience. As the effects of climate change grows more severe, it's essential that we build systems and communities which are capable of withstanding these challenges. And this summer course allows us to develop strategies to enhance resilience by applying best practices in health and environmental sustainability. Third, community empowerment. We believe that sustainable solutions arise when communities are involved as key stakeholders in the process. So this course empowers participants to engage with communities in Kulon Progo, providing them with tools and knowledge needed to adapt to climate-related health risks and design local solutions that will last. So again, interprofessional collaboration, climate health resilience, and community empowerment. 3 essential elements to address climate change. And in closing, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to all the faculties and collaborators involved, especially faculty of dentistry, pharmacy, forestry, and geography. Also to welcome our new partner from Patimura. Your collaboration and commitment to advancing this program have made it possible for us to host such a wonderful event. Also thank our experts whose insights will enrich this course and deepen our shared mission to promote climate health, resilience globally. And of course, last but not least, thank you to the organizers who have worked so hard to prepare this event. So to all participants, I encourage you to fully immerse yourself in this experience, collaborate with your peers, learn from the experts, and let this course inspire you to become leaders who can bridge local knowledge with global solutions, in line with tagline of Gajah Mada, locally rooted, globally respected. Thank you, Badang. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof. Yodi, please remain on the stage for the opening remarks and opening sessions. And also we'd like to invite representative from Faculty of Pharmacy, representative from Faculty of Dentistry, Faculty of Forestry, and also Prof. Gunadi to join with Prof. Yodi to officially open the summer course 2024 by press the digital button on the screen. Dear committee, please show us the digital buttons. Okay, so let's count down everyone. 3, 2, 1. And now summer course 2024 is officially open. Thank you so much to all distinguished guests. Please remain on the stage for the group photo. Mas Hitam, can you take the photo? Bisa agak maju Bapak Ibu. Thank you so much. You may return to your seats. And before we continue our agenda, here we show the short video regarding the detail of the summer course 2024 that will be informed regarding your panel and your list of activities. Okay, that was information regarding the panel session that will be joined by you, all of you, during the 3 days. And before I close this opening ceremony session, we would like to take a group photo. First group photo is in this auditorium. Please, everyone, please stand up, please, and go to the middle of the auditorium for the group photo. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang pertama bisa agak geser ke sebelah selatan sedikit, ke kanan, selatan itu kanan. Okay. So I will count down and 3, 2, 1. Make another pose. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you so much. And then for the second group photo, we invite all the distinguished guests and the participant in front of the center of administration building, depan gedung KPTU. Semoga aman. Okay. Okay, so everyone, welcome back to the summer course 2024. So guys, and also our friends in Zoom, we will start for the first session of the lecture sessions. We have the keynote speech sessions. There will be 2 speakers. Unfortunately, they will be joining us using Zoom because they have another agenda that they cannot come to the Jakarta. The first speaker will come from the Ministry of Health Republic of Indonesia, and the second keynote speaker comes from National University of Singapore. And this session will be led by one of our lecturers from Department of Pharmacology and Therapy, Dr. Dwi Aris Agung Nukarinisi, M.Sc, Ph.D. Dr. Dwi Aris, stage is yours. Give big round of applause.
Okay, good morning. Hello, everyone. Do you feel hot? Yeah, climate change. Because when I was young, Yogyakarta is not as hot as this time. But several years it's already become quite hot, even during the wet season. Right now it should be wet season. We should expect many rains, but until today, maybe only like less than 10 times rain. Is it good or bad? We don't know. Yeah, so we will have a keynote speech on the critical issue affecting all of us about climate change. And we will have our distinguished keynote speakers from Ministry of Health, Dr. Anas Ma'ruf S.Kep. He got the M.D. degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada from here, and then got the master degree from Universitas Indonesia in Jakarta. Dr. Anas is the Director of Environmental Health at the Indonesian Ministry of Health, and he will talk about the impact of climate change on health and community involvement for climate change resilience. Let's join me to welcome Dr. Anas. Dr. Anas already joined us in Zoom.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning, Dr. Anas.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, Dr. Anas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Anas.
Can we
you
start?
can start. Yeah,
Okay.
Stage is yours.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Ya, salam sehat, salam semangat, salam baik selalu. Distinguished Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Gadjah Mada University, and college speakers, lecturers, and all students, both from national and international, and all participants in this summer course. I'm very glad to be here. I'm very happy to be here to give keynote, as representing from Ministry of Health. I'm sorry because Acting Director General of Prevention and Control, Mr. Yudi Pramono, does not to be here today, and so I'm changed the position to give the keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, students, on behalf of the Ministry of Health, I'm honored to deliver a keynote speech at the 2024 summer course on interpersonal healthcare empowering communities for climate health resilience, with the theme overview of climate change impact on health and community involvement. First of all, I would like to thank for this opportunity and express my appreciation, especially from Gadjah Mada University for organizing this summer course. Students, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, air pollution, climate change, environmental conditions, and public health are deeply interconnected issues, all driven by human activities with significant impact on both the environment and public health. Understanding and addressing the correlation between these factors are essential for creating effective policies and implementing actions that protect human health and the environment. Slide, please. Dear students and for all participants, climate change is a complex and multi-dimensional global challenge. At Conference of Parties 26 in 2021, Indonesia was one of 33. Indonesia was one of 73 countries committed to reducing emissions to keep the Earth average temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The commitment included strengthening climate resilient health systems, developing sustainable low carbon health systems, and increasing funding for health initiatives. By 2060, Indonesia aimed to achieve net zero emissions. At COP27 in 2022, nations agreed on new funding mechanism, the Loss and Damage Fund, to support poor and developing countries vulnerable to experiencing losses from climate change. And at Conference of Parties 28 in 2023, further agreements were reached to strengthen policy development and implementation through partnership with indigenous peoples, local communities, women and girls, children and adolescents, health workers, people with disabilities, and other groups most vulnerable to the health impact of climate change. Key areas of focus include the One Health approach, research on the link between environmental and climate factors, and antimicrobial resistance, early detection of genetic disease spread, climate health information services, early warning and emergency response system, climate-ready health workers, and comprehensive response to address the impact of climate change on health. Next slide, please. According to the 2021 WHO Climate Change Vulnerability and Adaptation Assessment, the road of exposure to climate change include extreme temperatures of weather, heat stress, and environmental such as air, water, food, and factors. Vulnerability factors encompass demographic, like high population density, vulnerable groups such as children, women, and the elderly, people with disabilities, etc. Geography, like disasters prone, biological conditional, and health status, like high incidence of climate-sensitive diseases, as well as socio-political and socioeconomic factors. The health system's capacity and resilience that need to be built include health leadership and governance, health human resources, health information system, essential medical product and technology, also health information, health services, and health financing. Health risks associated with climate change can be divided into two major categories: the impact on health services facilities and the effect of the health system. This risk consists of injuries and death due to diseases, waterborne diseases, water-related health impact, zoonosis, vector-borne diseases, malnutrition, foodborne diseases, non-communicable diseases, and also mental health issues. Next slide, please. According to the 2022 review of Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change Evidence, the health impact of climate change are divided into two major categories: physical and mental health. Those categories with 4 stars and marked in red represent that the health impact most closely associated with climate change events, including health-related illness, cholera, respiratory diseases, and trauma resulting from extreme weather and climate events. The impact slide before. Yeah, okay. The impact of climate change on health and can occur directly or indirectly. Next slide, please. Yeah. Direct impact include extreme temperatures or weather event, sea level rise and salinity, health-related illness, air pollution and respiratory diseases, storm and wildfires, as well as flood and drought. Indirect impact encompass infectious diseases and zoonotic diseases. They also include disruption to food and water system, loss and housing and migration, weakened health system and infrastructure, non-communicable diseases, and mental and also psychosocial health issues. Next slide, please. Yeah. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, according to data from the Crisis Center of Ministry of Health and the National Disasters Management Agency, 99% of disasters occurring in Indonesia are hydrometeorological disasters. In 2023 and 2024, 5 types of disasters are frequently occurring, including forest fire, flood, drought, extreme weather, and landslide. Acute respiratory infection or ARI, dengue fever, malaria, and diarrhea are infectious diseases that commonly occur in almost every disaster and classified as climate-sensitive diseases. According to the 2023 WHO Climate Change Vulnerability and Adaptation Assessment, the following is mapped depicting vulnerability and health risks associated with climate change, specifically concerning for climate-sensitive disease. Acute respiratory infection, dengue fever, malaria, and diarrhea. This map illustrated area that experiencing increase in temperature and rainfall. Second, region with the high incidence rate of these 4 climate-sensitive diseases. Third, location affected by significant air and water pollution. And fourth, communities with numerous vulnerable groups, including women, pregnant individuals, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities. According to data from 2023 Indonesia Health Survey conducted by the Ministry of Health, the following percent are prevalence of acute respiratory infectious or ARI, dengue fever, malaria, and diarrhea in Indonesia. You can see in the slide how many percent that impacted of climate change to the disease. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, to mitigate the health impact of climate change, it is essential to implement both mitigation and adaptation strategies, which focus on building climate and health resilience, especially through the development of a climate resilience health system. Key focus area include: first, addressing the various health impact of climate change. The second, strengthening the climate resilience and environmental sustainability of health system and facilities. And the third, promoting health co-benefit resulting from climate change mitigation in other sectors. According to the 2023 WHO operational framework for building a climate resilience and low carbon health systems, the following are 10 key components of developing a climate resilience health system. These components are These components are interconnected with 6 fundamental building blocks of the health system. This initiative represents an effort in climate change mitigation and adaptation to build a climate resilient health system, with an emphasis on actions that can be implemented in collaboration with academic institutions. This is in slide you can see 10 components of climate change mitigation and adaptation effort in building a climate resilient health system. Component number 1, leadership and governance. In this component, we already conducted some of the activities, like we make some of the regulation as a policies that support the development of a climate resilient health system. Another thing, we also conducted a socialization and advocacy on climate change and health to all provincial health systems, district health services, and community health centers. Component number 2, health workforce. In this component, we already conducted some of the activities, like orientation for calculating greenhouse gas emission in health services facilities, environmental health management training in disaster situation, and also we conducted basic training on climate change adaptation. In component number 3, vulnerability capacity adaptation assessment. There is a vulnerability map for 5 priority climate sensitive diseases like acute respiratory infection, dengue fever, malaria, diarrhea from the provincial, district, and village levels. For these activities, we collaboration with the university. For component number 4, integrated risk monitoring and early warning. In this component, we already conducted some activities also, like developing awards, early warning system, integrated with climate variables focusing on dengue fever in the city of Jakarta, Bandung City, and Denpasar City. These activities collaborating with the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Bandung Institute of Technology. Also, we conducted plan to develop awards, early warning system integrated with climate variables for other climate sensitive diseases like malaria, acute respiratory infection, and diarrhea. And 5, a component of the health and climate research. For this component, we already conducted some activities as a national determined contribution, like implementation of evidence-based studies of data and information on the impact of climate change on the health sector in Indonesia, collaborating with UNICEF. Implementation of climate change adaptation, implementation of climate change vulnerability and adaptation studies, implementation of risk and vulnerability assessment of health service facilities to climate change. And then also we conducted plan to implement studies on climate change and maternal and child health, mental health, vulnerable groups such as the elderly and disabled communities, gender, indigenous communities, low socioeconomic group, and studies of economic losses from the impact of climate change on health. Also, we conducted a plan to develop a Center of Excellence for Climate and Health in the university. Slide. For component number 6, climate resilient and sustainable technologies and infrastructure. Initiation and acceleration of climate resilient and environmentally sustainable health services facilities like green hospital, green building, use of solar panels and medical waste autoclave, etc. Component number 7, support from other sectors related to environmental management that has an impact on health. For this component, we conducted coordination and collaborating with other sectors by promoting a health approach in climate change program in each sector. For example, Proclaim Village by Ministry of Environment, Climate Field Village by Meteorological and Geographical Agency, Climate Care Village by Ministry of Rural Affairs, Disaster Relation Village or Destana by National Board for Disaster Management and another ministries. For component number 8, climate informed health programs, we also conducted implementation of health climate resilient village or Desa Desi, Desa Siap Iklim, and also conducted implementation of the One Health approach. For component number 9, emergency preparedness and management, this component include the main task of the environmental health function and the health sector's contingency plan. We already built some of the contingency plan in provincial and district. For number 10, climate and health financing. We provide funding source to increase resilience to climate change in national health enforcement plans. We also build the regional funding support plans through the health sector climate change adaptation funding nomenclature in the regional budget planning instruction of the Ministry of Home Affairs. Dear participants and ladies and gentlemen, to implement this effort, there need to be pentahelix collaboration between government, both cross-program and cross-sectors. Also, we need society, academics, business actors, and the media. So we call this is pentahelix collaboration. Academia and researchers have an important and strategic in overcoming the impact of the health sector due to climate change, including through research, education, public involvement, and collaboration between scientific and technological disciplines. Through collaboration between academic and researchers, we hope to develop a comprehensive and evidence-based approach to mitigation and adaptation, in line with the three dharma of higher education, including education and teaching in the form of increasing climate change and health literacy, the component 2 of the three dharma, research in the form of developing scientific studies on climate change and health that can be integrated into planning and policy, and the component of 3 from the dharma, community services in the form of implementing climate change and health adaptation and mitigation action at the community level. So we therefore convey and thank you once again for the opportunity given. Thank you very much, and we hope that this keynote speech can reach the knowledge of the participant for this summer course. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Anas, for sharing with us about the program from Ministry of Health regarding the impact of climate change to health and also the effort to adapt and mitigate the impact of climate change to health. And we still have time. Do you mind to receive some question, maybe 2 or 3 questions from the participant, Dr. Anas? Hello, Dr. Anas. You still have time to have receive a question from the participant? Okay. Any question from the participant? Do you have any question to Dr. Anas? Hope that this can inspire you to find the topics during your time in the Puskesmas, because during your time you have to make a presentation regarding climate change, so it's really relate with the presentation of Dr. Anas. Okay, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. Maybe I have a question. What mitigation strategies has the Indonesian government prepared at the primary level, considering that each region has specific vulnerabilities to certain natural disasters, while also acknowledging the potential for other risks due to climate change? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Anas.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. Yeah. Yeah. So I think very very important, yeah, to build the awareness of the impact of the climate change from the village and also primary healthcare. You know, because uh, the activities of mitigation and adaptation regarding climate change must be implemented by all levels, yeah, from center also from until the villages. So I think this is role of the primary health center. Yeah. You know, in my presentation, we I said that some of the you know, like how to make the awareness to community, we build the concept of desa desi, desa shared iklim, collaboration with the another ministries, and this is a role of the puskesmas primary health center to make desa shared iklim. Yeah. So we need that the health workers in the primary health centers can you know, like give the mainstream of the impact of climate change to community, and also build the resilience in the community in the villages levels. Another one, I think very very important also role of the primary healthcare to make green health uh, care facilities. Yeah, because some of the emission resulted by the primary health center. Yeah. So I think all of the primary health care in the or puskesmas in Indonesia must build the green healthcare facilities. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Anas. Green health facility. Let's see when you come to the primary health care, hopefully it's already implemented. And we have one more question from online participant. Yeah?
Yeah.
Please?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
please. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Thanks so much for the insightful talk, Dr. Anis. You mentioned about the EVARs, like the early warning system. So I would like to know, like, what are the models you are using for the EVARs? Because I know there are certain models, let's say in Vietnam, where they are using, I think, 42 ensembles or something, and where they can predict whether an epidemic or an endemic dengue would happen, like at least 6 months ago or something like that. So I would like to know how far in advance your models or the EVAR system you have implemented they can predict if some kind of dengue endemic would happen in the future, and what are those models? Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Anas is about early warning system.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think yeah, this is very very good question. Yeah, you know, early warning and response system is one of the tool that we use, yeah, in Indonesia to prevent, yeah, to prevent, not only to prevent but also to detect and to prevent and to get quick response for the some of the diseases, especially to disease sensitive to climate like dengue, malaria, acute respiratory infection, pneumonia, diarrhea, and another diseases. So these tools, awards, already used by Indonesia. We have PHEOC, Public Health Emergency of Operation Center. This body existing in the central level and also in provincial level, and also we hope that also built in the district health level. Yeah. So awards is very important, yeah, because with the system we can detect and prevent and give the quick response. Yeah, if outbreak occurs. Yeah. So not only to detect, prevent, and respond, also we collaborate with the BMKG and also another ministries to build the like awareness, early awareness in community. So if maybe occur the become like the change of the weather. It's maybe raining season come earlier. Yeah, so we can give the awareness. Yeah, to the government in provincial and state level until the puskesmas or primary health center also give awareness to community. So we can predict. Yeah. What the activities can be conducted to prevent the some of diseases like dengue, malaria, and another disease sensitive to climate change. So I think this is very important, and the next time I think in the future I mean in the future this system all very important to give a prediction of the increasing of the some of the diseases related to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anas. Yeah, since the time is up, let's give a big round applause for Dr. Anas. Terima kasih Dr. Anas sudah bergabung bersama kami. And yeah, hopefully this keynote speech can inspire you what the things that you can explore during your visit to the primary healthcare. Okay, then we will like changing our brain to different things. We have talked about the climate change, then we will talk about technology after this, because we have the speakers from National University of Singapore, Prof. Nguyen Ki Yuan. He is the adjunct professor in the Division of General Surgery, Endocrine Thyroid Surgery, and also Department of Surgery, National University Hospital, and also adjunct professor in Department of Surgery, Yu Lin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore. He will talk about the biomedical informatics, artificial intelligence in medical device development. So this lecture is also the general lecture for postgraduate students. So other students from postgraduate study program will also join us during these lectures. Prof. Niam, are you already joined with us?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So please start your speech. The time is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for me to share on what is the technologies that we are using within Singapore, and especially in the National University Hospital and National University Health System in Singapore. So we have been looking at AI technology for many, many years, and we are able to both build and deploy different AI capabilities into routine practice. So today I'm just going to share a snapshot of some of the latest technologies that we are working on. So to get us going, I think the thing I wanted to say is that when we talk about AI in healthcare, we are really talking about augmented intelligence rather than true independent artificial intelligence at this point. So the reason for to have this distinction is because none of the current AI systems are functioning autonomously. Indeed, they are functioning as augmented intelligence tools, meaning that they help our clinicians, doctors, nurses, allied health professionals, pharmacists to do their work better. And there are a number of different tasks that we can do, and I'm going to share them in a minute. Years ago, when we thought about using AI tools, right, one of the biggest problems we had is on the use of data. In particular, the biomedical informatics kind of data sets, including clinical data sets, research data sets, and things like genomic data sets. So it was really hard to pull all the data together, and we wanted a way for us to be able to make use of the data in a secure as well as scalable fashion. So what we did was we built 3 platforms to allow AI to be deployed. So there's a Discovery AI platform, which allows us to bring all the data together as a data lake, together with the correct de-identification as well as compute centrally. We then built Endeavor AI, which enables us to operationalize the model together with the EMR system. And finally, we connected this all to the commercial cloud by what we call the healthcare commercial cloud. So this is a very complicated diagram, but just to summarize what this diagram shows, the earliest platform we had was Discovery AI. So being able to put all the data together and de-identify it and make it available for use by various researchers and clinicians. So this is something that we've done since 2016, now all the way through to 2024. We are still using these tools for a variety of purposes. So the second layer is this layer called Endeavor AI. So Endeavor AI gives us the ability to operationalize the models that we train here on Discovery. And in operationalizing these models, we can now have live AI advice or AI predictions coming out of the EMR system simultaneously when the doctors are using the tools. And then finally, like I said, we connected it to the healthcare commercial cloud, where we are today using this to provide services to our users, such as app and chatbot services, as well as to use industry type capabilities such as large language models, which can only be operated on the cloud. So this is, again, another complicated diagram from years ago, but it tells the story of how we are able to bring data together. So many hospitals, many countries in the world want to use AI for a variety of purposes. But I would put to everyone that if you don't have the right data, or you don't have the data that is real time, you're going to have a great difficulty in trying to build and deploy AI tools. And if you look at this particular diagram, what we essentially done here is to create a walled garden, right, where we can deposit data, let people use it in an equitable way, but they cannot take data out. And it's also a sandbox for us to train AI models and deploy it into practice. So currently still being used by hundreds of individuals. So we are continuing to support our research as well as our operational mandates with platforms such as Discovery. So last year, we've included a supercomputer to the Discovery AI platform. This allows us now to train or fine-tune our own language models using the state-of-the-art NVIDIA type chips. Already the A100 is the last generation chip. Today, we are really talking about the H100 as the standard of matrix computing. So, like I mentioned, one of the use of Discovery AI is really to train models, right? And one of the requirements to train models, right, is to have what we call standardized common data models. So we use this international data model called OMOP, right? So this is now extended beyond just NUHS. This is a national level kind of activity where we have all of the data, healthcare data, being mapped to the OMOP common data model. And this gives us the ability to integrate information across the hospitals and across the cluster. And we hope that by the end of this year and early next year, at least for Singapore, a small country, we are able to interoperate all the data across the different sites different hospitals. So one of the cool things you can do if you have interoperable data is that you can certainly do very large scale studies. So this particular paper that was published in Journal of Cardiology in 2022, it was done as part of the OMOP Odyssey Consortium, and we had over 980,000 patients in this study cohort, right? Which is why it was published in Journal of Cardiology, and this gives us the ability to really scale up and undertake very meaningful kind of studies because we have such large data sets that we can use for analytics. So just to introduce Endeavour very quickly. So Endeavour is what we call a stream-capable platform, meaning that it is able to stream data at large scale and being able to make it available to multiple AI tools in practice. So to give you a sense of the difference in speed, right? So if for sites that are using paper, you can only transact a very small amount of data. We're talking about as much as you can write or as many lab test results you can print out. And that's the limitation of paper-based records, right? You can't really share the data easily, and certainly there's no way you can run any kind of analytics on the data. Most hospitals today have some kind of EMR systems, and EMR systems are great because they not only have transactional capabilities, they can process a lot more information, right? Everything from text to lab results to images. So this gives us the ability to do what I call clinical decision support, or CDSS. About 10 years ago, we implemented this thing called Enterprise Service Bus. So what it does is that it takes data and sort of publishes it, right? But it's only limited to a certain amount of data, as well as and the recipients need to have specific integrations with rules, right? So here again, you can transact a lot more data in real life. But in reality, in the last 3 years, we moved to this thing called Stream, right? Stream means that we use a particular kind of messaging platform to be able to stream live data from all of our hospitals and polyclinics in real time, right? So this dramatically changes the speed at which we can transact information and process them using AI tools on the fly. So within Endeavour itself, we use this streaming service called Kafka. So Kafka is what we call a messaging system where you have the data is published, and then there are different microservices which subscribe to the different data sets, like these green dots here. And in subscribing to these data sets, it will then run their analytics or run whatever inferencing it needs to run and return the results to the user. And in this case, there are multiple what we call service applications that consume this data that is processed by the AI tools in real time. So that's sort of an architectural kind of discussion, but really we want to talk about projects, right? So here we have a project called Augurium. So what it does is that it reads the doctor's notes and then it gives the diagnosis or suggests a diagnosis. So this is, in this particular diagram is shown for appendicitis, but technically speaking, today we can do for over 10 different kinds of abdominal pain conditions. So this is something that's been being studied and validated in the last 4 years. One of the criticisms of AI and machine learning tools, specifically AI tools that use deep neural networks, is that it's not very explainable. Years ago, there was a mechanism, there was a technique called attention. Right? See attention. So attention gives us the ability to have some level of explainability by highlighting specific words or features within the text that gives us the ability to understand what the machine is predicting in terms of the different kinds of words or sentences that are relevant to the diagnosis. So in this particular case, you can see that it's predicting 95% chance of appendicitis based on the set of words here. So for the clinicians in the audience, you see that these are the words that are really predictive of appendicitis. So things like RIF pain and RIF tenderness with rebound positivity. Yeah. So we've taken the same model to do a bunch of other things. So for example, we use it for an estimated length of stay predictor. So on the day one of admission, the model is able to predict up to 30 days ahead how long the patient is going to stay. So this is used as a bed management tool. And you also provide somewhat explainable kind of results. As you can see here, it highlights the specific words that are relevant to the patient's prediction of that length of stay. All of these tools are trained on a large data set. So we're talking about 260,000 over patients in the last 8 years or so to be able to generate an output that looks like this. We are also able to do a number of precision medicine kind of programs. So this is our pharmacogenomics program. So how does it work? Well, patients are sequenced when they come to our hospital. So they undertake genetic sequencing. That data is stored in two places, one within our EMR system called EPIC, right? And the other within our research, well, I won't say research, our production system called Endeavor that I mentioned earlier. So what happens is when the doctor orders a drug that has what you call a drug-gene pair kind of interaction, right? You will pop out an alert to say that, oh, the patient has a potential drug-gene interaction. Please don't order this drug or change another drug or reduce the dose. Then simultaneously on the back end, the Endeavor service also reads the rest of the genes, right, to pop out a certain alert to suggest to the doctor that the patient may have a risk of a particular disease or condition. So this is currently in production. It's not new. It's been working for now well over 2 years, and we are hoping that through this we are then able to implement precision medicine at scale throughout our clusters of hospitals and clinics. So this is how it looks like when there's a pop-up. And first in Asia, we are able to have this kind of pop-up for this particular drug called phenytoin. So phenytoin is used for epileptic fits, but it seems to have a very close correlation with HLA, B star 15 allele, as well as the CYP2C9 genotype, right? So this alerts a doctor to undertake specific genetic testing as part of their program. Okay, so this is a rather important alert because in taking this alert, the doctors avoid giving drugs that might have severe side effects to the patient. Okay, so we have systems that can show up multiple different AI tools, results. We also have population health systems that uses AI. So for example, we have this program called CHAMP. CHAMP is our chronic disease management program and in the community and done at the population scale. So what it does is that it uses the data from Endeavor AI to segment the risk of the patient for diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol. And based on that segmented risk, right, we generate a nudge to the patient using WhatsApp or using our app chatbot. So the patient is able to chat with the chatbot to submit, for example, a blood pressure result or sugar result or any other results that they want to submit. And this again updates the weights within Endeavor and ensures that it can then send the correct nudge at the correct frequency. On the right here, we also have dashboards where our care coordinators, our nurses and our care coordinators are able to use to see which patients are at high risk and they are still not doing well, or if they don't respond to our messaging alerts. So this is a force multiplier for us because usually one care coordinator can only look after a certain number of patients, like 20 plus patients or 30 over patients, whereas with this system, they can look after well over 200 patients because of the automation as well as the dashboarding. I'm not going to go through this, but for blood pressure, we have gotten alerts and thresholds to allow different kinds of messaging to go to the patient. So it's not just one size fits all. It's not rule based at all. So we plot this bell curve depending on the patient's risk factor, patient's entered blood pressure, and then depending on how many standard deviations they are away from the curve, then we get different kinds of alerts that go to the patient. So this is how we look at segmentation scoring. So we have a segmentation matrix where we will give scores with the risk factors. There are 12, what we call triggerable risk factors and non-triggerable risk factors. So these are factors that affect the risk of the patient's cardiometabolic profile. We combine that with a response score, meaning how often does the patient respond. If they respond immediately, then they score low. They take a long time to respond, they score high. And that will then generate what we call a nudging score, which tells us how frequently we nudge our patients. With that data source, we can do all lots of things. So we can make dashboards that look like this. Again, dashboards are nothing new. Anyone can build dashboards if you have the right data. But what's different is that we are able to do clinical dashboards, not just operational dashboards that you see here. And we are able to do prediction. So we have this little prediction line here you can see. So this prediction line tells us about what is the projected attendance at the emergency department throughout our cluster, not just one hospital, but all hospitals over the next 7 days. So this is pretty accurate. It's about 95 to 98% accurate in terms of predicting the workload. And this is used for rostering as well as for right sighting or right sizing the patient as well as the doctor's attendance. Again, because we have all the live data, we are able to implement sort of a cluster-wide analytics of different kinds of results. So this particular initiative is called Horus. So what it does is that I'm using it to pick up patients with high calcium because I'm interested in patients with primary hyperparathyroidism. I'm a surgeon who operates on these conditions. So we use this dashboard to pick out the patients who are high calcium and high PTH and therefore needing surgery, right? Therefore, we will then email them or we'll contact their doctors to refer these patients to us. If you can do that for calcium, you can do it for diabetes, you can do it for cardiac-related issues as well. So we have this dashboard that looks at called CardioSight that's really looking at cardiac-related issues. We can do it for kidney disease, and we can do it for, we can plot all these conditions on the map. So Singapore is very small. You can see a lot of, these are the patients plotted in a specific area. And we use this for population health and healthy lifestyle kind of initiatives where we can then look at the effect of, say, food centers to obesity and diabetes and so on. So other technologies that are possible, we are using holograms in medicine, so surgical guidance and things like that. And all of these tools require some form of AI capability. So this is a diagram of intraoperative image guidance for neurosurgery. So you can see this is this gray thing is the hologram of the patient, and this white thing inside there is a meningioma. So the surgeons are using it as a guidance tool to go in and remove this tumor in an accurate and precise way. We also use AI to train the model to be able to show up veins on the hand. So using near-infrared light, we are able to show superficial veins on the patient's hand. I think for the nurses and some of the vascular surgeons in the audience, this would be very interesting because you can do instant vein mapping without going through a full Doppler ultrasound study. Built on the same platform, we can do other things. So we have a nurse companion robot called M.Si. So what it does is it is a cloud robot. So it's a cloud robot that gives us the ability to help our nurses with the daily routine activities and tasks. You can see that it comes with an arm. Okay, it's communicating with the cloud via the 5G network. We have an indoor 5G network that allows this to happen. So having these robots and being rolled out early next year in a fleet level has given us the ability to support our nurses in their day-to-day activities. Of course, as with anywhere else, we would like our nurses to be focused on the patient care activities rather than focusing on doing administrative tasks. So having a robot like this gives us that ability to do so. So again, another architectural diagram, but to simplify it, right, this is the orange box here is the brain of the robot, meaning the chatbot, the machine vision, the fleet task manager, the AI sensing predictions, they are all set within the commercial cloud instance, and we communicate with the robots via the 5G network that we have, right? And on the back end, the tasking orders, the orders start from the Endeavour AI platform here on the right. So these are some simulations that we have done. We hope to be able to address things like fall prevention, last mile delivery, and vital signs monitoring in the next year. The last thing I want to speak about is really about language models. I think today everyone knows about ChatGPT and how it can be used, right? Here, we want to make sure that when you use it in healthcare, it has to address the issues of privacy, legal inaccuracy, and hallucination. Because without addressing these issues, we can't use large language models effectively in healthcare. So to address it, we decided to fine-tune and build a specific GPT called RasoGPT. So it's a secure fine-tuned GPT for healthcare. So it means that our clinicians can use it for sensitive health data without fear of it being lost. And we are able to process, we are fine-tuned the models and prompt frameworks to fully exploit the capabilities of large language models and reduce the risk of hallucinations and inaccuracies. So this is our production LLM architecture. And just to make it simpler, right, the heart of Raso GPT is here, really is about the routing service. So whether we have a patient-facing chatbot or a doctor-facing chatbot called Raso, it can answer the question based on the what you call the RAG content or the retrieval augmented generation content. So if a patient asks about, say a parent asks about, how do I treat childhood asthma? And then, the routing service will pick up these keywords like, childhood asthma and retrieve the correct content from the pediatrics corpus and return in layman terms treatment suggestion, such as, childhood asthma is very common, the way these are the common triggers and so on and so forth. Please go and see a doctor, right? You'll say something like that. Whereas if a junior doctor asks about, say, what's the latest guidelines for treatment of childhood asthma, then it will again retrieve the same content, but this time around return a different answer in a more evidence-based and doctor-facing kind of information. So this is really the retrieval augmented generation workflow. On the left here, we already are doing things in production for secure English language tasks, such as summarization, referral writing, and so on and so forth. Right? So going forwards, this is now going to be used throughout the hospital, including speech to text and text to speech kind of capabilities. So all this is not done in vacuum, right? So we have safety and compliance built into every step of the way. So we have a number of policies that you can see here in terms of guardrails and compliances. So overall, we think that we need to deploy AI to maximize its utility, but we need to be careful about how we use the models and the tools in order not to cause harm to our patients. So I mentioned earlier some of the use cases on the clinical track. So things like summarization, referrals, transcription, medical report writing, curated question answering for specific data corpus that I mentioned earlier. We also use it now for what you call secondary use cases, such as AI tumor bots, automated quality improvements, AI, what we call mortality and morbidity rounds, and AI word rounds. So these things are either happening or have happened. So I'll elaborate a bit on AI tumor bots in a minute. So on the education side of the house, we are also a medical school. So we are exploring whether we can use large language models to teach medical students. So one of my students, Miss Hailing, she won this prize at the Asia Pacific Medical Education Conference earlier this year rather. And this is really the first time where we are experimenting using large language models trained on our own sort of local education data. And she's done a trial to show that the medical students who use the model have better outcomes in terms of test scores, right? Objective test scores compared to students who don't use the language model. So this is quite an interesting study that was being done. And of course, you can use it for all sorts of other things like staff training and administrative document search and so on and so forth. So this is a screen grab from the, we call it a Socrates bot, where it kind of generates case vignettes for our students to practice and also ask questions, right, based on the case vignette that was generated. So one of the lowest hanging fruit is to use it for administrative tasks because there's minimal risk to the outcomes, right? Because you're essentially using it for operations, task automation, finance, data analytics, call center, CRM integration, and medical legal use cases. So these are lower risk and certainly are being used at scale now for different kinds of use cases. So here are a list of different kinds of use cases. Think like a writing contract or contract assistant, writing assistant, long stay analyzer. So patient experience assistant, knowledge retrieval, and HR assistants. Okay, so for the patient, how do they see this? Well, the patients can experience this as part of their chatbot experiences with us. So you can see here's a chat dialogue box with our patients. So you can do stuff like disease management, right? So I won't say that you will do treatment recommendations, but it is more done on the purpose of providing nudges to our patients to better look after themselves. In terms of administrative capabilities, of course, it's able to solve some of the patient problems like they want medical reports, they want to change appointments, and so on and so forth. And finally, we mentioned earlier about CHAMP, right, and being able to support chronic disease management at the community level. There are different kind of research things we can do on language models. I won't go into them, but all I can say is that we are going towards a multimodal kind of world where these large models are able to use multimodal data to solve their problems. Yeah. So again, skipping this slide. So just to show one use case of language models. So what we done was that we have in production a model that can help doctors to do summaries, right? So we did a little study on how the large language models that are customized for discharge summary generation supports the efficiency of our doctors by increasing decreasing the time it takes for them to generate an accurate and high standard discharge summary. So based on this study, we show about a 40% reduction in the time it takes for them to do discharge summaries, right? And then this is the interface that you can see here. This is available on our intranet. We are able to use it securely with patient identifiable information. Another use case is that for AI-based tumor board. So this is a breast tumor board where it uses the NCCN guidelines as a corpus, as well as some local kind of insights, right, to support the training, to support our medical boards, oncology boards to recommend treatment. So for example, it says here, it breaks down the recommendations into 9 categories. So adjuvant chemotherapy, endocrine therapy, radiation therapy, genetic testing, targeted therapy, repeat surgery, oncotype, chemo prevention, as well as follow-up investigation. So this has been quite successful because it is roughly about 95 to 98% accurate in terms of its accuracy. And I would strongly encourage if there's anyone in your university who's interested in this, then we'd be happy to collaborate to validate this model. Here on the right, it shows the evidence, the real world evidence that are given for each of these recommendations. So this is the way we use the language model so that it does not hallucinate. It only comes out with real world evidence and not hallucinated evidence. Lastly, we have put in place this speech to text recognition. So it's called MediVoice. So we use it to help us with our family conferences, family updates, as well as to type out certain notes that we have in our clinics, as well as our operating spaces like the wards. Okay, so potentially it will save time, manpower, and give the patient a better experience because we don't spend time typing on the computer. Okay, with that, I bring my talk to a close, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Prof. Nia. Yeah, it's very interesting. Thank you for sharing with us about the use of bioinformatics and also artificial intelligence to develop medical devices. Do you have any question, online or offline participant? Any question? Yeah.
Okay. Yes. I have a question about the AI and climate change. I heard that AI takes a lot of energy to create new information. Doesn't that also add to climate change?
Thanks for that question. Yeah, absolutely it does. But however, you must put it in context. If you consider what the benefits of this particular activity that we are undertaking in terms of large language models, yes, it does consume a lot of electricity, but I can put it to you that it's no less than blockchain and certainly no less than many other industry use of carbon in terms of carbon producing activities. So I think it's unusual to say that we should not do AI because it causes climate change. And forget that all the other activities also cause climate change. Things like transport, things like mining for Bitcoin, all those cause climate change as well. So I think we have to also look at the benefits that it's doing. In this case, the benefits to human life and human activity, I think outweighs the climate change risks that are brought on by the use of power for compute in LLMs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yam. We still have one more question from Zoom participant. Please, Norman. Yeah, oh, we cannot hear your voice.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah.
All right, okay. Thank you so much for the wonderful talk, sir. I have two questions basically. So, I mean, you mentioned, all the benefits and advantages of using AI. But then when it comes to the misuse of it, let's say you mentioned the e-loss, the estimated length of stay when we measure like on day one of the admission of a patient to a hospital. And we know that these days, like a lot of insurers, they also, own these private clinics and all. So let's say if they have, a kind of access to these system, and then they can use that in a discriminatory way against certain patients which have some chronic conditions or things like that. You also mentioned shame. So how are we going to deal with that? And the second question is like Russell GPT you mentioned. So even these days people usually the layman, or we not going to use the layman, but most of the people, they just use WebMD and whatnot to diagnose themselves. So now if they have Russell GPT at the same time, so now it would be like a man who was a hospital, everyone would be a hypochondriac. So how are we going to deal with that as well? Thank you very much. Yeah, these are the two questions I have here. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, great. I want to address the question in two parts. So as with any technology, it can be used for good and bad. So you cannot say that the technology is bad just because there are some bad users. So really the answer is, how do you then regulate and govern it, right? So as a technology, as open source, as language models, it is almost impossible for us to say that we can regulate the use of it, right? Governments can put in specific regulations and guidelines for people who want to use the language models, but certainly we cannot stop people from using it. I think that's very clear. And then in terms of making data available to people who might potentially overinterpret the information and causes anxiety, I don't think you need a language model for them to become anxious. Right? They just go online and they can just read whatever they want, they'll get anxious anyway. Just because you have a language model does not mean that you will make them worse, right? So I would suggest that language models are even better because they at least give some form of targeted response rather than a person searching the web and taking everything in the web to be important, because that's not true in healthcare.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nyam. So time is up. Thank you very much for joining us and also share a very advanced technology from your institution. And let's give a big round of applause for Prof. Nyam. Okay, with
thank you
this,
very much.
yeah,
Bye-bye.
thank you, bye. Okay, with this, so this is the end of the keynote speakers. You might wonder why we learn about technology here. Did you think something? Why is climate change we learn about AI? Yeah, we need technology somehow, but then we also have to make a balance between technology and also climate change. And then we also join this program with medical fair, because right now we also have medical fair and also general lecture for postgraduate study program. Okay. I will return the time to the Master of Ceremony, to Yopi. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Duaris, for helping me to bring the first sessions of lecture session. That was the keynote speech sessions. After this, you will join for the plenary session, but I will check the committee. Is there any Prof. Zalila join with us? Mbak Reni, Mbak Nia, Mbak Dian, Mbak Dwi, Mbak Mita, Prof Zalilah. Is she already joined? Okay. Okay, so while we are waiting for the next session and speakers, the committee has already prepared for you some refreshments in the lobby. So you may enjoy the refreshment first before we join for the next lectures. Okay, so I will give you around 10 until 15 minutes. After you finish your snacking time, you may back to auditorium. Thank you so much. Iya. Setengah 12. Ya. 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 Mas Teten, ada Mas Ipin, Mas Teguh atau siapa nggak? Biar nyambung keluar. Atau Mas Teten tahu tombolnya untuk nyambung keluar? Dandi. Wong inti. J. Mas Teten, Mas Tony, biar soundnya keluar gitu. Hah? Nanti dicelok dong. Mas Teguh. Ayo Mas, lari. Nanti. Cepet. kita habis ini berganti jadwal yang lain. Katanya jam 1. Ya, kita ke diskusi singkat sebelum sesi welcoming lunch. Cek. Udah. Ayo Mas Teguh, udah belum? Udah. Okay, so guys, sorry for interrupt your refreshment times. I would like to invite all the participants to join with me again inside the auditoriums. Once again, to all participants, please come to the auditoriums for the next short sessions before we join welcoming lunch. Once again, I invite all the participants to join with me again in the auditorium. Okay, once again, I invite all the participants to join with me in the auditorium for the next sessions before we join for the welcoming lunch. We have some short information regarding your group activity and your friends in the summer course 2024. Okay, so hopefully all the participants who join offline has already inside the auditorium. So guys, I have short informations before we join the next welcoming lunch. First thing first, I would like to First thing first, I want to inform that we already sent you the document that consists of the group's members. This course have 10 groups, so make sure you already know each others. Will be your group members. In some groups, there will be 4 students, 5 students, or maybe 6 students. So it depends on the locations that you will be living on in the Kulon Progo. So for these sessions, I want you to gather with your friends in your groups. Okay, so if I can assume that maybe not all of you know each other, so I will mention one by one all the participants who join offline together with your groups. Okay, because each group will have some mini project that you have to do in the Puskesmas in the end of summer course. So in the beginning of summer course, we hope that you know each other in your group members. Especially for our friends from Netherlands, you will be divided into 10 groups. Okay, you are 24 students from M.Sc. You will be divided into 10 different groups, because it is very hard for us to make you in same group all the 24. Okay, so I will read one by one. Start from group 1, group Wates. You will be accompanied by field supervisor. Field supervisor is a lecturer from Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, or Faculty of Pharmacy, or Faculty of Dentistry. The detail is already informed in your WhatsApp group yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, or today. Okay, for the group 1, we call it as group Wates. You will be accompanied by Christia Aye Wendy Vega, S.Kp.G. M.Sc. She is the dentistry nurse from Faculty of Dentistry, and the WhatsApp number is already in your document. The group 1 consists of 6 participants. Before I read, sorry if I wrong spell your name, guys. The first student is Ibtisame Amajjoid. Is it correct? Okay, you are. And then Elizabeth Angeline Tanis. Okay. Safae Al Amri. Okay. And then Tiara Alivia. Is there any Tiara here? No. Dimas Satya Grimaldani. Dimas. And also Muhammad Reza Fahlevi. Okay, so for group 1, please gather in the first line of the chair with your groups. Okay. Group 1. Okay, for to know each other. And for Mr. you can call Pak. Okay. But for me you can call me. And for Mr. you can call Pak. Okay. But for me you can call me Mas, because I'm not that older. Okay, for group 2, Santolo 1, we have Jasmine Scouten. Is it correct? Jasmine. And then Anouk Petronella Martina Wieser. How can I call you? Anouk. Okay. Number 3, we have Naila Tiara Ekasita. Naila. Okay, over there. Number 4, we have Titis Dwi Pitahati. Titis, okay. Christian Agustinus Margianto. Okay. And Maulana Sabrang Amirullah. Okay, so please gather with your friends. Group 2, you can go to the first line. Don't forget to bring all your belongings, everyone. Okay, group 2. Next up, group 3. Sentolo 2, you will be accompanied by Dr. Dwi Aris that became the moderator for the keynote speech sessions. Bu Dwi Aris is a doctor and her specialist is the field of pharmacology. Group 3, I have Marit J. Naburs. Okay. And then Maud Marta Aleida Karsing. Yep. Number 3, Sophie Antoniette Wilmegen van Slichter. Sorry if I wrong spell your name. How can I call you? Sophie? Okay. And then Farhan Maheswara. Farhan. Galih Aulia Febriansyah. Okay. And Yurika Yuniar Padiko. Okay. So you may gather in front of me and the second line of the chair over here. Okay. And don't forget to change your WhatsApp number with your friends, because you have to create the WhatsApp group, right? And don't forget to contact your field supervisor and field instructors. Don't forget to mention your name and give some sort of introduction that you are the summer course participant, right? Okay, move on. Group 4, you will be accompanied by Pak Heru Subakti. He is a nurse, specialist in community nursing and gerontology nursing. First member of Group 4 is Isa Loisa Adriana Van Meer. Isa, okay. And then we have Lin Zuidema. Lin, okay. Raden Kalvario Hamidava, Zaki Triadi Yuwana, Emma Nabila Musfikoh, Emma, and also Adelia Permata Putri. Okay, so please gather with your friend in group 4. Up to you, you can choose which side of the line of the chair. Okay, group 4, where do you want to gather? Over there? Okay, over there. Yeah, up to you. Group 4, please raise your hand and gather with your friends, right? Next up, we have Group 5. Group 5 will be accompanied by Ibu Arnis Mega Fatima. She is from Department of Health Nutrition, and the name is Pengasih 2. First member is Kalkiden Workneh. How can I call you? I'm sorry. Okay. Kalkiden, and then Lizzie Charlotte Tripstra. Okay. Maritza Sadia Ismail. Yes. Liu Chai Fong from UPM. Yep. Uli Sudrajat. Is there any Uli? Okay. Resita Amelia. Resita? Nope. And Muhammad Aska Najan. Aska, is there an Aska? Okay. So please gather with your friend. Group 5, please raise your hand and gather with your groups. Group 5, you can choose wherever you want to gather with your friends. Group 5? Okay. Next up, we have group 6 called Nanggulan. You will be accompanied by Bapak Tony Arjuna. He is a nutritionist from Department of Health Nutrition. First, we have Lisa Jasmine Kik. Okay, Lisa. Mira Danik Kanoi. Yep. Anissa Sastro Diono. Anissa. Meika Nabila Vidiana. Elias Octavianus Haulusi. And also Martin Yosep Matakupan. Okay, so please gather with your friends. Group 6. You may choose wherever you want to gather with your friends. Or maybe you can change the Instagram account. You can follow each other. Or TikTok account. It's okay. Next, group 7, we have group Kalibawang. You will be accompanied by Pak Alenda. Pak Alenda is a nurse, and he has the specialist on global health. The first member of group 7 is Emi Eva Katarina Maria Bon. Which one? Oh, okay, over there. Janin Kopie. Okay. Michelle Joviani. And also Latifah Youndra. Okay, you only have 4 members for Kalibawang. So you may gather with your friends. Next, we have group Lendahwan. We have Kathleen Jiske Jantina Bor. Okay, and then Elin Ling Chahua Stockman. Okay, Haifa Awanis Trasista. Yep. Fahira Ayuminindia Pradipta Sari. Okay. And also Faras Titania Nurfitri Suherlan. Okay. Group 8, please gather with your friends, and you may choose wherever you like. Then we have group 9, group Panjatan 2. You will be accompanied by Ade Sutrimo, Bapak Ade Sutrimo. He is a nurse, specialist in psychiatric nursing. The first one is Esme Sluiter. Esme, okay. And then Jill Talakua. Yep. Anais Viola Errand. Octaviana Anjeng Ningtyas. Yep. And also Nauman Ahmad. If I'm not mistaken, he is joined online. And then Rahmat Hadi Isma. Okay, you may gather with your friends. Group 9. Okay. Last but not least, group 10, we have Temon 1. You will be accompanied by Ibu Leni Pratiwi. She is the dentistry nurse from Faculty of Dentistry. Member number 1, you have Laura Johanna Wenzel. Laura, okay. And then Manera Mohamed Ahmed Hirsi. Yep. Isioma Misja Elisa Buzugbe. Okay. Sea Safira Supriyadi. Yep. Alejandra Ramirez Rumual. Okay, Ale. Ervina Putri Azahra. Okay, so you may gather with your friends in the group 10. Okay, so we have 10 groups, everyone. While you are chit-chat with your friends, I have some short informations. After this, you will go to the sessions of welcoming lunch. In the welcoming lunch session, you can enjoy the lunch, of course, and then there will be some of performance performed by our guests and also performed by you. Okay, so for you guys, if you have a good voice or something like such a good talent, you may perform in the welcoming lunch. It's very okay. And then after that, at 1 p.m., you will join at the first panel. Next up, for tomorrow, we will move to another room for the lecture sessions. Okay, for tomorrow, you will go to the Tahir building that beside this auditorium that consists of 8 floors, and please go to the 8th floor north wing. If you are confused, you can ask your friends from FKKMK, from our faculty, right? Tomorrow we will start at 8. After series of lectures, you will join for the briefing, or you will meet your field supervisor by appointment. Once again, at the afternoon around 3:45 p.m., you may gather with your field supervisors to discuss more regarding your list of activities during your period of Puskesmas tomorrow around 3:45 p.m. Okay, but you have to make appointment with your field supervisors. You can find the numbers of field supervisors in your document. One of you please contact him or her to make a meeting. It is not mandatory to have the meeting offline. You can also using Zoom by online to discuss about your list of activities during your Puskesmas period. Okay, so hopefully this short information can give you a broad knowledge about their summer course. And also don't forget to do the assignment. The committee will inform you later about your assignment, but make sure you stay on the WhatsApp group because the committee will inform a lot things of information in the WhatsApp groups. Okay, so after this, it's time for you to know each other in your group members. Don't forget to change the WhatsApp number, another social media such as Instagram, TikTok, or maybe another social media, right? Okay, so Mbak Reni, is there any information to add? to our participant? No?
Disediakan di ruang diskusi room Radio Putra. Oh, iya. Free discussion in group nanti 11:45 ke.
Okay, now it's time for you. If I'm not mistaken, I saw some of you has already create the WhatsApp group in your small groups. Is that correct? Hopefully it's correct. And don't forget to contact your field supervisor and field instructor to join with you with your small WhatsApp group to discuss about your list activities in the Puskesmas. Okay? And then you actually can chit chat and discuss with your group until 11:45. After that, you may back to the lobby to enjoy the lunch. Yeah, okay. Okay. Actually, some the refreshment at the short break sessions is there masih ada teman-teman? Is there is still refreshments that you can enjoy, but if you are already done with your friends creating WhatsApp group, you can go back to the lobby for the lunch sessions, continued by welcoming lunch. But for the welcoming lunch, we will start around 12 to 5 p.m. And I have one message for the committee. As I said before, if you have special talent that can be performed on the welcoming lunch, please let me know. You can read the poetry or singing, dancing, or another talent. Please let me know. The committee will accommodate that for you to perform your talent. Okay, so see you on the welcoming lunch and see you on the first panel. Oh yeah, after you finish the first panel, the committee will ask you to go to the museum. Faculty of Medicine have two kind of museum. The first museum is Biopaleoanthropology and Anatomy Museum. Okay, after we finish the first panel, we will go to that museum. Okay, so enjoy with your groups and don't forget to take a lunch at 12. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, special for few MC students, during the lunch you can meet Mas Aryo to collect your passport, and also tell Mas Aryo who need the extension for the visa. Yes, yeah. Yeah, later you can yes, I know. Later you can ask to Mas Aryo to write your name for who would like to extend your visa. Okay? Yep. Another extra information for few MC students, in the Wednesday after the session for summer course around 3:30, we have a special meeting for OGM student for Global Health Indonesia. Yes, yeah, only for VMC student. Yes, I will remind you tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, everyone, the lunch is ready. If you finish your discussion, for first discussion, you can go into the lobby to enjoy the lunch. And then we will back to this room at 1 p.m. And special for few M.Sc student, if you would like to extend your visa, please come to Mas Aryo. Mas Aryo is in front of you. Bring the camera. Also, don't forget to bring your passport. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, all of the participants and the speakers who can join with us today. Welcome back to the summer course 2024, hosted by the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, collaborating with Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Dentistry, Faculty of Forestry, and Faculty of Geography. As we know, the theme from this year is empowering community for climate health resilience. It's as a global issue for us. So it's essential for us to share knowledge and idea for creating a healthier and more resilient future. Thank you once again for joining us today. Now, this afternoon, we had a panel discussion. Okay, now without further ado, let's dive into our first panel session. And this panel is discussing an important topic, climate change and human health. And my name is Maya. I'm honored as your moderator in this plenary session. Before we go to the plenary session, let me introduce our speakers. So in this afternoon, we have 4 speakers. Okay. For the 3 speakers who will be joining with us in a Zoom, and there's 1 speaker who can join with us in this auditorium today. And each speaker will be have 30 minutes to their presentation, and we will have a floor to open the question and answer for all of the participants. So I engage and encourage you to engage actively. Okay. Now allow me to introduce our speaker. Our first speaker, there's Professor Dr.rer binti Fakhrudin from Faculty of Dentistry, University Amalia, joining us from Zoom today. We'll discuss with the topic addressing the impact of environmental changes on oral health. She received her Doctor of Clinical Dentistry in 2010 from University of Otago, New Zealand, and her field expertise is periodontology. Now, she is Deputy Dean of Research and Innovation at the Faculty of Dentistry. Professor, did you join with us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And following them, there is Professor Dr. Apoteker Ika Puspitasari from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Gadjah Mada. She is also joining us via Zoom, and will explore with the topic the concept of One Health approach to the issue of antibiotic residue in the livestock sector. She completed her doctoral degree in School of Biomedical Science, Monash University, Australia, and currently she is Director of Academic and Human Resource in Academic Hospital Universitas Gadjah Mada. Professor Dr. Apoteker Ika Puspitasari, do you joining with us? Not yet? Okay. I will introduce our third speaker. We are delighted to have next speaker who joining with us in this auditorium. There's Dr. Seo Wee from the South Swee Hock School of Public Health, National University of Singapore. She will share insight into environmental changes and their effect on public health. And her research focus on the environmental and molecular epidemiology and genetics. Give applause for Dr. Seo Wee today. And finally, we have our last speaker in Zoom, Philip Elders from VU Medical Center Amsterdam, Netherlands, with us in person, presenting on climate change impact on sensitive infectious disease. Currently, he is project coordinator for the European ePlanet Planetary Health Education Consortium. And do you joining with us in the Zoom? Already joined with us in the Zoom? Not yet, okay. It's okay, no problem. So we will start our plenary session with Professor Dr.rer binti Fakhrudin. Before we start, let me call Dr. Seo Wee to joining with us on the stage. Okay. Okay, Professor Dr. Nur Adinar binti Baharudin. Okay, did you already join with us? So, please, the time is yours. I can hear the voice. Maybe you still mute the.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the kind introduction. Can I confirm that you can hear me clearly over there?
Yeah. I can
All
clearly
right.
hear your voice.
All right, okay. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you so much for the invitation. I am honored to be here with all of you. And the topic of my presentation is impact on climate change on oral health. I'm Adina. Currently, I'm with the University of Malaya Faculty of Dentistry, and I'm the Deputy Dean of Research at the moment. All right. This is the outline for my lecture. Yeah. And then, for those who haven't been to Malaysia, to Kuala Lumpur, on the left is the Faculty of Dentistry from the bird's from the bird's view. All right. We are located in the central of Kuala Lumpur. Very strategic location. We are between the two states, between Selangor and Kuala Lumpur. And if you haven't been to Kuala Lumpur, I welcome you to come to our faculty. We would like to have you guys in our faculty. On the right-hand side is, I would like to introduce myself. I'm a trained dentist specializing in periodontics. Periodontics is about gums. Yeah, gums, the structure, the flesh that's surrounding the tooth, that holding the tooth, that support the tooth, that is in your bone socket. Yeah, so any disease related to the gums, we call it periodontitis. So just to highlight. The circle, the blue in circle is just to show the area of expertise that I'm dealing with on a daily basis is the gums, yeah. And then, of course, the top photo is in Foster. I don't see people like that often in my clinic, but I see more at the bottom. People who have lost their gums or lost the support for their tooth, and eventually they have missing teeth everywhere, and you can see the extension of gum disease that they have. Yeah. So this is just to put a disclaimer to my presentation. I'm not the expert in climate change. I am very much involved in dentistry. And I have a keen interest in climate change, and I will share later on what I have in mind about how we can tackle this issue on climate change impact on the oral health or oral health in my presentation later. So most of my presentation will be based on the work that people have done. And I know this is a mixed group. There is postgraduates, undergraduates, people from Indonesia and all over the world. So I will try to make it simple. I will try and make it a layman as possible, so that we can relate and we can share the information presented. Yeah. All right. Okay. If you talk about climate change is not something that you can experience in a short period of time. To have an impact, it's normally involve a long-term shift. Yeah. We were talking about the temperature, humidity, but in long run, it may have an impact on the human activities. Yeah. Due to possibly the natural factors, and most largely is driven by the human activities. Yeah, let me just rearrange my position a little bit, okay, to see my slides better. Okay, climate change normally affects the ecosystem and human health, especially in vulnerable populations. We are talking about the elderly, we're talking about the children, and the worst people would be affected those with underlying medical conditions. Yeah, any interchange, any disruption in the ecosystem and the human health will lead to imbalance affecting the health, including the oral health. Yeah. One is we're talking about the daily changes. That is the direct effect on the health impacts. The other one is we're talking the direct impact from climate change, which is mainly on the water supply, the air quality, whether we can get the crops to produce, to come up, and last but not least is the economy stability. Together, these direct and indirect pathways will work together to create significant health challenges globally. Okay, as mentioned just now, rising in temperature or extreme weather events, if we're talking about flood, we're talking about wildfire, it will disrupt the food system. Yeah, and once the food system is affected, it will lead to malnutrition, will lead to weakened immunity, increased susceptibility to infections. All these will affect our health. Yeah, vulnerable groups with pre-existing health challenges, as mentioned before, will face higher risks and reduced capacity to adapt to these changes. Yeah, understanding the distribution of these health burdens is important, as the social, economical, political, and cultural determinants of health play a vital role in addressing these climate-related challenges. Yeah, and unequal distribution of climate change health impacts, urging very fast global action to mitigate the worsening outcomes. Yeah. You may want to ask, what is health? Yeah, health, I have put up on screen. What is the definition of health by WHO? It is not merely about absence of disease. It's about a complete state of physical well-being. Yeah, mental and social health are equally important and a part of component of health. It is the fundamental rights for all people, regardless of race, of religion, political belief, and socio-economic background. It doesn't mean that poor people must have less less consideration for health. It has to be fair across the board. Yeah, and it is essential for global peace and security. And that's why all countries, many countries are collaborating on health challenges. Because if you don't have a fair distribution of health between nations, it will affect everyone. It will underscore the need for equitable health access. To be able to get this equitable health access, we need knowledge. Yeah, we need knowledge about health. That's why we are here today. We need to gather all the experts in medical and science, fostering public awareness, and we have to have active engagement in securing robust government support. And I would like to applaud the effort taken by UGM to have such a good platform here to discuss about climate change impacts on the health. In addition, oral health is also equally important, because I think probably you have heard that the mouth is the entrance to the systemic condition. Mouth is the entrance to all the to our systemic health. Yeah. When we talk about oral health, it includes the condition of the mouth, teeth, any orofacial structures, essential for functions, yeah, meaning for eating, breathing, socializing, and it is very important for our quality of life, yeah. Oral diseases, on the other hand, such as caries, yeah, tooth decay, gum disease, periodontitis, and oral cancer are among the most prevalent non-communicable diseases. Their burden are rising, particularly in low and middle income countries due to population growth and aging. These conditions are disproportionately impact the vulnerable populations, with those of low socioeconomic status facing a higher burden throughout their lives, regardless of national economy levels. Let me share a few key links between climate change and health, as well as oral health. Number one, increased risk of cancer. Even with the climate change, changes in the temperature, ultraviolet light has actually been linked to increase cancer risk. Yeah. What more, with the climate change, it is predisposed to increase cancer risk through multiple mechanisms: ultraviolet exposure to air pollution, toxic chemical, and extreme heat. Yeah. Research nowadays are focusing on climate-related cancer risks, particularly from the air pollution due to wildfire and fossil fuel combustion. Fossil fuel burning release greenhouse gases alongside with carcinogens like nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and particulate matter. Fine particles which are smaller than 2.5 micron, they refer as PM2.5, are especially dangerous and are classified as Group 1 carcinogen by International Agency for Research on Cancer. I picked this paper from Oral Oncology. It's on air pollution is associated with increased incident rate of head and neck cancer, a nationally representative ecological study. Yeah. I find it interesting. If you look at the methodology, they actually look at the incidence of head and neck cancer in 608 US counties from 2011 until 2019. And they use the SER, the Surveillance, Epidemiology, and Results Program from the National Cancer Institute. Yeah. They collect information regarding the socioeconomic factor from SER and data on the lifestyle, yeah, smoking and alcohol intake from the CDC data frames. And they get the estimates for the PM 2.5 exposure levels using the satellite and meteorological data. Yeah, and this was previously validated with the general addictive models. What they did was they used the flexible semi-non-parametric regression models to test the relationship between PM 2.4 or 2.5 exposure level and head neck cancer incidence, adjusting for demographic, socioeconomic factors, and comorbidities. Their studies has actually demonstrated a clear relationship between the increased air pollution exposure levels and increased incidence rate of oral cavity and pharyngeal cancers using the national representative ecological samples. I find this interesting, and if you look at the recommendation, they are recommending for a prospective large-scale studies focused on individual cases with granular formations to increase further understanding on how air pollution can actually affect the head and neck cancer. Okay, the climate change does not stop at increase the risk for cancer. It also has an impact on cancer care. What I meant here is the moment there is a climate change disruption, the healthcare, the overall healthcare, especially for the cancer care, is affected due to its resilience on consistent access to services. Those who suffer from cancer, especially those who suffer from cancer, need to have a consistent access to care when the climate change, especially in extreme weather, when there is flood or when there is wildfire, these infrastructures, dental infrastructures or health infrastructures are disrupted. And this is when the patient's access to treatment kind of disrupted and affects the availability of the oncology professionals. Yeah. If we were to talk in a longer period of time, these severe events also can disrupt the delivery of goods, yeah, medical supplies, impacting the care delivery on a broader scale. The effects of climate change on oral cancer outcomes and policy should be evaluated, and communicated to our stakeholders and key policymakers. Poor air quality affects the health, impacts the health, leading to respiratory issues, and it can exacerbate asthma. And rising asthma rate are correlated with intensified wildfires, the longer pollen seasons, and increase in air pollution. Asthma has been associated with gum disease and altered saliva pH. When you have an altered saliva pH, it means that the buffering capacity in the mouth is no longer there, and it is exposing your mouth condition to many bacterial insult, and this can lead to worsening oral health. Common asthma medications such as antihistamines and bronchodilator contribute to high caries due to high sugar content in this medication, and also it can increase the risk of dry mouth. These patients need regular assessment by the oral health professionals for prevention and to detect early caries or early gum disease. I put up this paper, Air Pollution as a Risk Indicator for Periodontitis. It was published recently, 2023. This paper is actually looking at how air pollution can increase the local and systemic inflammation, increase the oxidative stress and microbiome composition. They did a simple and multiple regression analysis, and what they found is that every 5 micrograms per meter squared increase in PM10 and 0.005 ppm in ozone levels were positively associated with periodontitis, gum disease prevalence. This is interesting because normally at the moment, we know that smoking and diabetes are the risk factors for periodontal disease. We know that stress has been one of the indicators of risk indicator for periodontitis, but now they come up with air pollution as one of the modifiable, probably a new modifiable risk indicator for periodontitis. And when you look on the right-hand side, they actually describe how the air pollutants may enter the body by 2 mechanisms. They regard it as a direct local effects of air pollution on the oral cavity. And they mentioned that the first is inhalation can take place, not through the nose, but through the mouth, hence causing a passage of moistened but unfiltered air through the mouth. And these can also occur during inhalation. The second bit is a bit worrying because they say that the air pollutant can come in direct contact with the gums via ingestion of contaminated food and water. So we know that this is a worrying bit if there's a lot of issues, health issues coming with contaminated food and water, and now they're adding another one, that is gum disease. Yeah. There is an increased risk of caries and gum disease. The moment there is changes in temperature and humidity and even water availability, it can promote bacterial growth and increase risk of dental caries and fluorosis. Okay, people may want to ask, how does it occur? Okay, just imagine if there is an increase in water level, seawater level, it will affect the freshwater level as well. For those, the people who are at the what you call sea area, yeah, near the what do you call in the islanders, yeah, the islanders. If they depend on fresh water from the well, which is not being treated, the composition of minerals will change, and this will make some changes in terms of the fluoride level. This may have some impact on the bacteria that will what you call that will dominate the mouth. And another thing is the islanders, they are more exposed to extreme heat. Yeah, they're more exposed to extreme heat, whereby their mouth tend to be drier compared to the non-islanders. Yeah. So these changes, yeah, the altered changes with regards to temperature and humidity, we create conditions to foster the spread of bacteria, viruses, and fungi, and can elevate the risk of gum disease in affecting the gum and the bone health. Yeah. These changes particularly impact the genetic health, heightening the psychosocial challenges, especially in the developing nations. I put up this paper on the climate change and ECC, early childhood caries. If you look at the comic that I put on the right-hand side, climate change will give rise to many other things, yeah, respiratory diseases. It will give rise to the humanitarian crisis, geophysical disaster, extreme weathers that may disrupt access to dental care. It can have extra methane and nitrous oxide. It can also cause malnutrition due to water and food security, and also increasing the fluoride release. Remember, I talked about the water level. So all these will contribute to early caries, childhood caries. Yeah. And they concluded the paper by saying that there is the plausibility of climate change having an impact on the health of the dentition and risk for caries. Yeah, studies are needed to generate empirical evidence of the impact of climate change on caries risk in children. This is very important because children are our future, and we would like to see if there is further research that can be done to help with the policies and design programs that can help policymakers and decision makers to prevent this ECC in the future. Okay, other than that, greater disease spread, any rise in temperatures and changing in the rainfall pattern, enabling the increased spread of diseases such as malaria and dengue. And we know that these vector-borne diseases have this oral manifestation, and this will include the intraoral ecchymosis, petechiae, and Eppes ulcers. Most of the time, dengue fever may have their manifestation with bleeding gums and hemorrhagic mucosal ulcers. And like Lyme disease may have orofacial pain and headaches, similar to TMJ disorders. So as the healthcare providers who often see patients more often, more frequent, we have a role to detect these systemic diseases and facilitate timely management, yeah, testing and diagnosis. Food and water insecurity, as mentioned earlier, the moment there is changes, extreme weather, it will lead to reduced water and food availability, leading to dehydration, yeah, leading to malnutrition and disease. Yeah, the World Bank reports that 2.2 billion people lack of safe drinking water, and 4.2 billion lack adequate sanitation, negatively impacting the oral health and increasing the oral disease prevalence. All right, contaminated water also contributes to GI diseases and also responsible for dental erosion, where the tooth enamel wears away, leading to issues like tooth sensitivity and discoloration. Poor nutrition can affect the oral health, can increase the risk for tooth decay, gum disease, and other health problems. If you remember, in the old days, people suffering from scurvy related to poor nutrition, poor in vitamin C. Yeah, so that is all related. Yeah, poor oral health leads to masticatory inefficacy, leading to malnutrition, anemia, involuntary weight loss, and disturbed systemic health. I picked this systematic review, yeah, from BMJ Open. All right. Okay, that looks at the health effects of climate change. Sorry, is that okay? I can hear echoes. All right, I shall continue. Okay, so I picked this paper, BMG Open, on health effects of climate change, an overview of systematic reviews. And I find it interesting because they look at 94 systematic reviews, and mostly published after 2015, and about 1/5, 20% contain the meta-analysis. So let's look at the graph I put on the right-hand side. The x-axis talking about the infectious diseases, mortality, respiratory, cardio, and neuro condition, health system, mental health, pregnancy and birth, nutrition, teen allergies, occupational, and others. Yeah. Whereas these other frequencies, and they look at against the meteorological, extreme weather, air quality, and general issues. If you see here, the extreme weathers are very common in the infectious disease, very common in mental health, nutrition, as well as other conditions. Yeah. And from that paper, they found there is consistent association between meteorological factors, the basic temperature and humidity, with infection, respiratory, cardiovascular, neuro conditions, and mortality. They found that temperatures correlates to mental health, adverse birth and occupational outcomes, nutritional problems, and skin diseases. And interestingly, they found strong links between the extreme weathers with mortality, mental health disorders, nutritional issues, and healthcare usage. Though their conflicting results emerge from infectious disease and mental health outcomes from various different weather types. Yeah? They highlight here that research is needed on climate impacts beyond temperature rise. They're talking about the droughts and wildfire smoke. This will address the unexplored or underexplored areas like effects of extreme weather and air quality on skin diseases, allergies, and etc. Mostly, these papers are focused on physical health outcomes. They're overlooking the broader aspects of climate change on mental and social well-being. I think this is very important because, as mentioned just now, when we define health, it doesn't stop as not having any disease only, yeah, absence of disease only, absence of illnesses only. It goes into the mental and social well-being as well. This paper urged for future research to look into the effects of climate change on mental health through the indirect factors like political instability and eco-anxiety. If we are able to understand this impact, this will build an emotional resilience and better support climate change mitigation efforts. This paper also noticed that most of the publications, or 75% of the publication, comes from Europe, Australia, and also the North American. Yeah? This highlight to have more research funding and representation from low and middle income countries, which face significant health impacts from climate change. And this again, I applaud the effort made by UGM to have this conference today. Most review find climate change harms health with consistent links to infectious disease, mortality, respiratory, cardiovascular, and neurological outcomes. Others include the increase in healthcare use, mental health issues, nutritional challenges, and occupational health risk. They talk a bit about air quality and what associated with respiratory issues and healthcare issues. So things that I have mentioned just now about air pollution and perioditis, probably there is a call for this now. This paper also highlight the limitations such as the small sample size, geographic focus on the high-income countries, methodological challenges in assessing climate change relationship. Yeah? These findings suggest a complex, dependent causal pathways between climate change and health outcomes.
I'm sorry, Professor Dr. Nur Adina, the time is up. Maybe you can summary the presentation.
All right, okay. I have put up a few ideas about how to strengthen the global response. I don't have time to present it. Probably if you can share the presentation with the audience will be good. One last thing I would like to comment is when we talk about climate change, it does not, in certain areas, it does not happen at one time point. Certain areas have more frequent, extreme weather, extreme condition compared to others. Like for Malaysia on the East Coast, they will have flood every year. So the frequency of exposure to climate change also plays an important role, and this may be linked to mental health and as discussed earlier, because every year you know that you will face the same problem and you will have it will impact your access to health. Okay, with that, I thank you.
Okay, Thank you, Professor Dr. Nur Adinar, for the engaging insight. Yeah, we know that the climate change also contribute to the increasing of the disease like head and neck cancer risk, yeah, particularly from the air pollution, also the caries and gum disease, and also an infectious disease. And now, welcoming our next speaker, yeah, Professor Dr. Ika Puspitasari, have you already joined with us today? Okay.
Yes, yeah, I did.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Ika Puspitasari. Will bring us to another perspective on this important issue. Yeah, the topic that she will be discussed is about the concept of One Health approach to the issue of antibiotic residue in the livestock sector. The time is yours, Prof. Ika, 30 minutes for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Maya. Try to present maybe less than 30 minutes. So I think everyone can see my presentation now.
Not yet, Bu Ika. Can you share the, okay.
I did, Mbak Maya. You haven't seen my...
Okay, already.
Now, or maybe the internet connection in Indonesia is not good enough.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah. This afternoon, I will talk, maybe this is another, what we call the silent pandemic. We will learn the concept of One Health approach, this is very important part in our antimicrobial and also antibiotic residue in the sector of farming of livestock. This is very important now because since this year in Indonesia, maybe more than a media that publish about antimicrobial resistance. So this has become the new awareness now in Indonesia, but maybe in another country, they already have a big or huge awareness on residues, especially in the livestock sector. I will talk about the AMR today as a silent pandemic to give us a strong connection how we can slow down the silent pandemic that will happen. They predicted it's around 2050. And then what's the meaning on the antimicrobial resistance happen in both of low, middle income and also in high income, because they always said that in high income countries, they said they don't need to worry about, but in fact, they also have high levels of antimicrobial resistance and also the coming of multi-drug resistant microorganisms. And of course, today we will also give the special issues on One Health concept, which is we will look through the antibiotic residues in chicken and fish that some of our colleagues already conducted research on it, and also one other research in my doctoral student who last year already finished the research on chicken farm and also the area surrounding the chicken farm, especially also the public health services or puskesmas here, the farm workers and also the environment, especially in water and also in the soil in the area. We will also look at the impact of food processing on antibiotic residues, since some of our people always said that antibiotic or antimicrobial residue won't be last in the food which is already processing. But we will also look at this and how we can also use the withdraw time, which is very important in the antimicrobial or medicated feed who the farmer always give to their stock or their farm. So this is also we will look through, is it real happen in the poultry farm that the antimicrobial resistance already exists? I think all of us already know that UK scientists already predict that we will have a silent pandemic again, but this is very high because we call it the global pandemic, which is struck not only the Asia, but also other countries like in Australia, this is very close to Asia, and other high income countries like Europe and also North America. None of the region or the countries that they can avoid it, the global pandemic that will be happen at 2050. Of course, Asia, which is lie around the equator or close to the tropical condition, they will have more in the antimicrobial resistance due to of the tropical condition, and so many microorganisms maybe live in Asia region. But it doesn't mean that only Asian that will be stuck with the burden, not only for the mortality, but also we can see other burden in the morbidity, how hospital will increase the financial support from the patient, and how we also have the longer life stay of the people in the hospital. So this is what the UK already predict, that the death will be more than a cancer here. Cancer here, this is already more than 8 million, but then in 2050, the AMR or mortality caused by antimicrobial resistance will be more than the cancer cancer people that happen in 2050. So we can see here that not only death or mortality, but also financial or costing that we spend for the patient in the hospital. Also, that I already mentioned before, we also have or face the longer length of stay for our people. This is already happened in some of hospitals. For example, in Yogyakarta, in the type B or A hospital, we have more than, for example, more than 2 months people who infected by multi-drug resistant microorganism in the intensive care unit, who spend more than 2 months in the intensive care unit. Some people said that high income countries will have the, for example, M.Sc infection in a low level. But from here, this is from glass research who conducted by WHO. You can see through the website that in a high income countries, on the blood infection, they also have more than, I think this is more than the average, more than 20 of resistant percentage. It's meaning the highest. Since WHO said that on the normal condition, WHO really need that the incidence of antimicrobial resistance should be less than 20%, but 20%. But you can see that this is maybe the average more than 30% in high income countries. In low and middle income countries, of course, due to we call it the prevention infection control, not as good as in the high income countries, and also maybe in the infrastructure, from the hospital, and also from the hygiene system. They will also show that the more than maybe the average more than 40% of antimicrobial resistance, meaning that MRSA infection in high and low middle income quite similar. And some people also said that we don't have to worry about antimicrobial resistance in a community setting. Is it true? Because now we can see that this is not what we call that this is make us become less awareness in the community setting. From this figure, we can see that both of community and also hospital, they saw a high level on the percentage of UTIs caused by E. coli resistant to ciprofloxacin. As you know that ciprofloxacin, this is we always use as a second line therapy because the first line still the cotrimoxazole. This is show us that on the second line therapy is already happened the resistance, especially not only in the hospital but also in the community. What's important here that both of us in the community and hospital, we should work together, and also we also have a strong connection how we could reduce the resistance in the community. We can see as the E. coli is very common in the community, so that's why in the community we have to educate person or on the community people that we also have a big part to reduce or slow down the antimicrobial resistance. What about the emergence of Acinetobacter that we call it as a high level or multi-drug resistant gram-negative bacteria? This is the report said that in the time being, we always use gentamicin in our routine, for the Acinetobacter baumannii, for example. But here we can see the proportion of patients with resistant infection caused by Acinetobacter is already very high for the gentamicin. On the second line, for the aminoglycoside, this is the amikacin. Hopefully, we always hope that in the gentamicin high level, we always hope that amikacin we will have the low level of resistance. But what we can see here, both of them is already have the resistance, especially for Acinetobacter as a gram-negative multi-drug resistant bacteria that not only happen in the, of course, not only happen in the bloodstream infection, but also, for example, in the UTI. Another one is also in the diabetic foot infection as well. This is also what we make a good and big awareness, especially in the carbapenem class or antimicrobial. Meropenem, this is the class of reserved antimicrobial that in Indonesia we always use very strictly and very what we call, we can use in every unit with meropenem, because this is the way that we store the meropenem. We do hope that meropenem we will be as a last weapon that we can use for the multi-drug resistant microbe. But here we can see that meropenem is already very high in the proportion of resistance. Some we also have the Acinetobacter that already resistant with carbapenem, not only meropenem but also for impenem and doripenem. In Indonesian national formulary, we only have given the meropenem for the government hospital owned, but for the private hospital they can use other of the meropenem. But of course this is a very expensive carbapenem drug. This is, for example, the culture and also sensitivity result from the patient. Both of them came from sputum, and they already found that Acinetobacter baumannii exists in that specimen. The difference here is the carbapenem in the what we call this is from the patient in the intensive care. Some of them already have the carbapenem resistant, meaning that meropenem is already resistant. Acinetobacter baumannii from the sputum. But other also have the Acinetobacter baumannii from the sputum from non-intensive care ward. And this is also, they already have resistance as well from the meropenem. And some also, we only have the ampicillin sulbactam as the intermediate one. And this is very hard because some of the clinician try to give the patient with ampicillin sulbactam in a high dose, but this is not the what we call. None of the journals said that we can use the antimicrobial that already in the level of intermediate, even though we give them in the high doses. So this is quite hard because we already have the Acinetobacter baumannii in both intensive care and non-intensive care. We come to the One Health approach. This is why we can try to slow down the process of antimicrobial resistance. As we know that the antimicrobial resistance is the naturally happen, normal happen in the microbe as a part of what they call the strategy to keep them still alive, yeah, in our condition, in maybe the presenter before already said about the environmental change in our world now. And this is very important, how we can interplay the resistance on the role of not only in the human, but also how we can also make our restriction for the antibiotic in the livestock system. Don't forget also that we also have the environment, for example, in the water and also in the soil, which is also will affect us if they already have some of the gene of the resistance of antimicrobial microbe who already spread in our environment. So contaminated food or water, and also some also what we will discuss after, this is the product of livestock that already have the residue of antimicrobial. Maybe just before 2019, all of the country, also in Indonesia, they allowed the antimicrobial as a growth promoter for livestock. But after the pandemic, maybe most of the countries already make the limitation for antimicrobial as a growth promoter. But in Indonesia, this is only happen, maybe not as big as in other countries, but no, this is a good condition in Indonesia, which farm department also have the collaboration with Ministry of Health and Human, meaning that they try to restrict the antimicrobial as a growth promoter. They said that how we can restrict the antimicrobial is a growth promoter because they try to limit adding for the antimicrobial in the medicated feed. So we try to cure the livestock with the antibiotic, but the problem still because farmers have lots of the livestock, so it is not easy when you can imagine, for example, one farmer have more than, for example, 1,000 of chicken, for example, and then if they found only 2 of chicken that have the infection, of course, they won't cure only 2 of the chicken. They will keep all of the chicken in their farm, all of them with the medicated food, but this is antibiotic as medicated food, not the antibiotic as a growth promoter. But the problem still happen that the residue will stay in the, for example, for chicken in the meat. We will also look at how important we try to what we call try to make education for the farmer use the withdraw time after they give the antibiotic to their stock. Here we can see not only from human that will spread the gene of antimicrobial resistance, but of course from the fertilizer who also already contain drug-resistant bacteria will also that will affect what the fruit and also some of vegetables that we eat. We still have it, and then some of our not in a good condition, so it will give more of the resistance spreading. And also from here, food producing animals who develop drug-resistant bacteria in their gut, when antimicrobial substances are used for the therapy or prophylaxis of bacteria infection. And then also what we call the antimicrobial as a growth promoter. And of course, the residue of the antimicrobial resistant gene that stay in the, for example, in the meat, unprocessing or processing meat will also affect it in our condition for the human being. This is the research. I don't remember is in what time, but this is the research in Indonesia, some in other provinces, for example, in East Java, in Bali, the big one maybe also in the west part of Java. We can see here that even though the farmer always said when we asked to them, they always said that we didn't give our stock with antibiotic, but then when the research sample, for example, this is in meat and also in chicken liver, yeah, we can see that emerge from the more than one antibiotic, oxytetracycline, enrofloxacin, tetracycline, also sulfa group in liver of chicken, also more than that happen in the meat. For example, this is also not only enrofloxacin, but also ciprofloxacin and also macrolide. We can see here that more of the antibiotic in the stock on the chicken, still same with antibiotic which we use in human. Due to the regulation in other countries, they said that they try to restrict that antibiotic that used in the livestock should be different with antibiotic that we use in the human. This is also the new paper 2024 in our region, for example, close to our city in Bantul, Sleman, Jogja City, of course, and also Gunung Kidul and Kulon Progo. From the supermarket and central market, we can see that from the chicken, egg, and fish, they already have the residue of antibiotics. This is also what our college already conducted research in the fish. We can see here with the HPLC in the tilapia meat, if they don't have residue of tetracycline, for example, we can see here that no peak happen, and here This is the standard that tetracycline concentrate in 0.175. And then this is the tilapia, or in Indonesia we call it ikan nila. Residue happen in the fish, meaning that not only in the chicken, but also in the fish is already, we found the residue also the antibiotic. This is very important. The paper here, researcher here look at, is it true that the what we call method of cooking will reduce the residues of antibiotic in poultry meat. We will look at, for example, here, they check in a whole chicken meat. We try to look at in one antibiotic, for example, enrofloxacin. In the unprocessed whole chicken meat, we can see that this is around 700 enrofloxacin already there, but then the researcher tried to process in different ways. For example, with boiling, grilling, microwaving, as well as roasting. But you can see here, we still have lots of enrofloxacin residue in whole chicken meat. What about in the liver part of chicken meat? All of us know that liver part of chicken meat is very important for drug metabolism. It will be lots of xenobiotics. For example, here is antibiotics will stay in the liver part of chicken meat higher than in the meat. We can see here for the unprocessing liver is more than 1,000. Yeah, you can compare with in the chicken meat. Yeah, this is higher than in the chicken meat, of course, because this is the liver. In a different ways of cooking, boiling, grilling, microwaving, and roasting, yeah, we still have very high. Maybe this is same that we found in the unprocessed meat. This is very important for us.
I'm sorry, Professor Dr. Apotheker Ika Puspitasari. The time 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Maya. I will run for our presentation. This is very important and show us that different kind of or method of cooking, especially with modern one cooking, they doesn't reduce the residue of antibiotic in both of meat and also liver of the chicken. And what about in the eggs? This is also how we use modern cooking. For example, boiling eggs for the 100 degrees for 50 minutes, or frying eggs, yeah, in a high level of temperatures. For example, here for the boiling, we can see that the time to reduce the residue, the percentage of the reduction of antibiotic residues, for example, here is sulfanilamide and also chlortetracycline. They show different rate of the reduction. For example, here for the what we call here is maybe chlortetracycline, chlortetracycline in white. We need more time. For example, if I put the line here for 5 minutes cooking, we only have less than 10% reduction of the residue of sulfanilamide in the white part of the egg, meaning that white and also yolk part have the different rate of the reduction of the antibiotic residue, but also maybe kind of antibiotic physically or chemically behavior or nature also affected, how the reduction is quite different. This is what I mentioned before, that for example, that a farmer already have the medicated feed for all of the chicken, not only the sick chicken. We need to we need to apply withdrawal time or withdrawal period. This is the research shows us the enrofloxacin residue level that give to the chicken, for example, they will have the dissipation or elimination due to the time, and then we will come to the safe level. For example, if the chicken already gave the antibiotic from the medicated feed, for example, and then we need to process the meat from the chicken at least more than 10 days, that we will give less enrofloxacin residue in their meat. But this is quite hard when we apply for the farmers. So that's why this is very important for us that we work together with the farming sectors to educate farmer that they always apply withdrawal time or period depends on the antibiotic that they use. This is what we conducted research close to Jakarta, but this is also close to the poultry. This is ANP is the area that close to health services, primary health services, surrounding by farming, especially in this is chicken farming. We can see here that we already have lots of resistant bacteria, not only close to the primary health services, but also in the CNT area, where this is the poultry farm lying around the area. This is the sample from the patient that we check for the culture and sensitivity. Lots of them already have the resistancy more than 20. And here the resistance pattern from the soil. Yeah, we check also on the soil. Sorry, the soil already have the Klebsiella and also E. coli more than 20%. And this is the
Professor,
okay,
the time is up. I'm sorry. Maybe you can summarize the presentation, Professor.
For summarize, this is so us that the One Health is very important because we already found that resistant pattern bacteria not only happen in the meat, in the egg, but also in the soil, in the water, that always affect us as a human being. Thank you. Maybe this is my last presentation. The important here is that we have to start now and act together to slow down the antimicrobial resistance. Thank you, Mbak Maya.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Apotheker Ika Puspitasari, for the informative presentation. It's wonderful to see a comprehensive view, and we know that the changes of the environmental due to the climate change can affect the microbiological profile in the livestock sector, that we know the residue of antibiotic is still in the livestock meat and liver. Okay. And now please Professor Dr. Ika Puspitasari and Professor Dr. Nur Adinar binti Baharudin, please be with us, because at the end of the session will be a Q&A session. And now let's move to the third speaker. Please welcome Dr. Sowijay, that will give a presentation about the environmental changes and their effect on public health. Okay, please, the time is yours. You have 30 minutes to show the presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Oh, great. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. How's everyone today? Great. Thanks for the really beautiful performance earlier. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, so hi everyone, I'm Wei Jie Xiao from National University of Singapore. And today, as introduced, I'm going to talk about environmental changes and their impacts on public health. I'm going to try to finish on time. So here's an outline for my presentation. Give a brief introduction, and I'm going to introduce 3 studies which me and my study team have conducted over the years. Okay, so first I just want to share this quote, which resonates with me throughout the years as I did my research and studies. So as mentioned by the great philosopher Heraclitus, change is the only constant in life, right? So I always tell myself, change is the only constant, everything else definitely will change. So it's the same thing for environmental exposures as well. In many of the studies, we assume that they remain constant throughout the lifetime, but most of the time it's not true. So it's very important to keep that in mind as you read papers, as you conduct your own research as well. All right, so environmental changes. So let's just define the topic. So environmental changes are just changes in the natural environment caused by human activities or natural processes. I'm not going to go a lot into these details, so you've already listened to the first speaker talk about climate change. So it's mainly driven by industrialization, urbanization, and resource exploitation. So here are some of the health impacts of environmental changes that I'm going to cover some of them today. I'm going to cover climate change, which has been covered a bit by the first speaker, so I'm just going to go a bit deeper into that. So climate change, for example, heat-related illnesses, food insecurity, vector-borne diseases. And then I'm also going to talk a bit about air pollution, which we all care deeply about. So talking about increased risk of respiratory and cardiovascular disease. Water pollution. I'm going to share a case study that we did in Bangladesh, which I did 10 years ago. So I'm going to share some results with you today. And some of the 2 impacts of climate changes include extreme weather events, as well as loss of green spaces. All right, so we'll dive right into the first study. So the first study I'm going to share with you has already been published. It's actually published as a series of from different countries to talk about climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. I was going to talk a bit more about that, but I saw that tomorrow and the day after you have a whole panel talk about mitigation and adaptation. So today I'm just going to mainly focus on the health aspect. All right, so just to define again climate change for the 3rd time, right? So long-term changes in the Earth's average temperature, as well as weather patterns. These are different causes, fossil fuels, and the key impacts are the rising global temperatures, which I'm sure we can all feel, right? And altered rainfall patterns, more and more very heavy rains, thunderstorms, sea level rise, extreme weather, etc. So this is just a figure to illustrate the difference between a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase versus a 2 degrees Celsius increase due to global warming. So you can see that in yellow, right? For example, if there's a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase, the extreme weather will go up, about 100% increase, which is very striking. As compared to just a 0.5 degrees Celsius more, okay, we actually get 70% more increase in terms of flood risk. Right? So it might seem to you that, hey, it's just 0.5 degrees Celsius, right? What's the big deal? But it's actually a huge deal in terms of health, in terms of extreme weather, and everything else as shown here. I'm not going to go on the details, but as you can see, it also has implications on water availability. As mentioned earlier, not everyone has access to clean water, so I'll talk about that later. Human health, and also sea level rise. So I was going to do this poll everywhere. You can try to see if it works. So on a scale of 1 to 5, right, how concerned are you about climate change? Oh, let's see what it works. Okay, so 1 is you're not concerned at all. Not my business, right? 2, slightly concerned. 3, moderately. 4, very concerned. And 5, extremely concerned. Is it working? Are you trying? It's working. Oh. Oh, sure. Oh, I'm glad it's working. Can you see the question? Yes? No, see the question? Oh, okay, I guess it didn't work because for it to work, I might have to log into the the PowerPoint, which is okay. Let's do the old-fashioned way with a show of hands. So how many of you are not concerned at all? Number one. Okay, 1, 2, okay. Okay, what about slightly concerned? Okay, moderately, 3? Maybe, yeah, I care a little bit. Okay, what about very concerned? Ooh, okay, majority. And extremely concerned. Just me, okay. All right, good. So I guess most of you are between 3 and 4. Okay, makes sense. Let's see whether we can bump you up. Okay, good. Okay, so I just want to share with you this study that we have already published. So today I'm not going to go into details because of the limited time, but if you're interested, feel free to read this paper. It's already out online. So basically, we're trying to conduct a systematic review on climate variability and air quality with health in Singapore, and to summarize and discuss mitigating strategies. So as I mentioned, this was published as part of a whole series in Lancet Regional Health Western Pacific. We have studies from Singapore, which is what I'm going to share with you today, New Zealand, Australia, Vietnam, Japan, I think, and China too. Yeah, so quick profile about Singapore. So this is where I'm from, small country, very small country. So in Southeast Asia, near the tip of Malaysia, very densely populated. We have almost 6 million people now. Yeah, so we have very high rainfall and very hot weather. Actually, it's hotter than here. I was like commenting that it's really cool here compared to what we have in Singapore. All right, so these are how the different ways that climate change will affect or are projected to affect Singapore. So including the daily temperatures are projected to increase by 1.4 degrees Celsius to 4.6. Right, just now we just looked at the increase of 0.5 degrees Celsius. But this one is projected to increase 1.4 to 4.6. So that's pretty huge. And also sea levels are projected to increase by about 1 meter. If you know Singapore, we are an island country. Right, so this is very important for us. So we're trying to also, see how we can combat this upcoming increase in sea levels so that we don't get drowned. All right, so these are the methods that we use for this systematic analysis. So basically, we have to define our population, exposure, what's our reference group or control group, and the health outcomes. So we're looking at all the health outcomes that we can find. Population is adults, children, really everyone or anyone. Exposures, we define it as the few exposures that has been mentioned earlier to be impacted from climate change. And so we used the PRISMA guideline, and we did a search from 2000 to 2023. Okay, and we were surprised that we didn't find a lot of studies. We only found 14 studies. So we use Web of Science and PubMed. So these two are usually the ones that we looked into when we find studies. So you can do the same when you do your lit review. So we screen the articles, we screen the abstracts, the full text, and we only included or found 14 studies that were relevant. So we include those studies, and as you can see, these are the different health outcomes that were included. So for 14 studies, that's quite a number of health outcomes, don't you think? Yeah, so essentially each study, each health outcome was only covered by 1, at most 2 studies. So we don't have like a wealth of studies covering each of these health outcomes. So some of the health outcomes include respiratory, heat illnesses, infectious disease, and even emergency visits to the hospitals. Okay, so this is what we found, a bit small, but I'll walk you through it. So the main findings are here on your right. So we found that an increase in temperature is associated with higher risk of salmonellosis, heat-related illness, hand-foot-mouth disease, which is a huge thing among children. However, we also found that increase in temperature is associated with lower risk of RSV, which is kind of viral infection, dengue infections. Right, so that was interesting and surprising for us. And then we also found a decrease in temperature. If it's too cold, it increases risk of ARI, which is acute respiratory illness, as well as influenza. However, if there's increased humidity, it was associated with increased risk of dengue, diarrhea, etc. However, it was associated with lower risk of salmonellosis. And increased rainfall, also higher risk of influenza, but lower risk of hand-foot-mouth disease. So you can see there's a bit of, I guess, mixed results for some of this, right? So for some of this disease or some of these risk factors, you might see that, okay, increase is harmful for certain disease, but actually it helps to reduce the risk of some other disease as well. So this is also some of the challenges that we face when we study this topic. Okay. Ooh. All right, so next, moving on quickly to the air quality related health risk. So we found that across the board, an increase in any of the air pollutant is associated with an increased risk of different health outcomes. Yeah, except for carbon monoxide and RSV, ozone, and lower risk of emergency admissions. Okay. And also increase in PM, which is particulate matter, and lower risk of viral infection. Okay, so just to quickly go through the current climate mitigation strategies that we have in Singapore, and some of them are adapted from US and other countries as well. So we have the Resilience Working Group strategies. So these are the 7 different areas that we are focusing on. Again, sea level rise, top priority. Water sustainability, also very important for us because we are still importing water from our neighbors. Public health resilience, mitigating the urban heat island effect, etc. We also have this Green Plan 2030, not too far from now. So hoping to build a city in nature, sustainable living, energy reset, and we're trying to cut down our carbon footprint. There's also the Urban Heat Island Mitigation Working Group, and also conserving our biodiversity is also on our agenda as well. And of course, we're always doing scientific research to show evidence that we need more mitigation initiatives and to make people more aware, that climate change has really a strong impact on our health. Okay, so with that, I'll move on to my study 2, which is about water pollution. So for this one, it's very relevant for my talk today because I'm talking about environmental changes, and I share with you that the only constant in life is change, really true. So for this one, we're going to look at the change in people's arsenic levels and see how that affects their health. So arsenic, how many of you have heard of arsenic before? Okay, great. So something new. So arsenic is a heavy metal. You can find it on the periodic table. It's denoted by AS. So it's a heavy metal that's found naturally occurring in the ground, under the rocks. So it's a natural occurring heavy metal. So in Bangladesh, it's a big problem because more than 20% of the wells, they use drinking wells there, are affected. And it's a big problem because the current WHO guideline for arsenic is about 10 micrograms per liter. But in Bangladesh, the guideline is 5 times that of the WHO, which is 50 micrograms per liter. So the number of people that are exposed to arsenic concentrations that are higher than the WHO recommendation is more than 40 to 50 million people, right? So it remains a key challenge, access to clean water. So this is a picture just to show you that I took when I was there on my field trip long time ago. Yeah, I actually did a study there, administered a questionnaire, met the residents. So we even did like community outreach programs, trying to educate people, asking them not to drink from the contaminated wells. Hopefully, to change their levels, decrease their exposures. So this is a picture that I took at a village called Patna. It's the west of Dhaka, which is the capital of Bangladesh. So I see this little boy collecting water using a metal jug from a nearby river. So what's the problem with this? Would you drink water from this jug? No. But when I asked him, he mentioned that he's bringing it back for drinking, for cooking, for washing. Yeah, so this is commonly done over there, right? So we call this kind of water surface water, right? Because it's on the surface, it's nice, you can see it. When we go to the nature, we go, to the lake, it's beautiful. But we won't want to drink from there, do we? Yeah, so this was how people used to drink water back in Bangladesh in 1970s. So everyone used surface water back then, and it was bad because the diarrhea illnesses prevalence was very high, especially for infants. So mortality in infants was very high back then because of all these diarrhea diseases from surface water. Okay, so later on the government came up with a brilliant plan. It's like, hey, so surface water is not clean. Let's dig further, right? It should be clean down there, right? Without exposure to the air, to the dirt and everything. So they began to dig all these wells. They actually dig all over the country and, they're happy about it because I said, okay, finally we can get clean water and reduce diarrhea diseases. Do you think they succeeded? They did. Yes, the prevalence of diarrhea diseases went down. Infants survive to 5 years and beyond, which is great, right? However, there was a different problem, right? Like I mentioned, the topic of my presentation today, arsenic, right? So they didn't know that there's actually arsenic deep down in the groundwater. So that's quite a sad story. So I know they inadvertently exposed everyone to arsenic in order to prevent diarrhea diseases. Right. Oh, so I forgot to mention, this is another photo that I took. We just had a picnic at this beautiful village, and people were using a local tube well to wash the dishes after that. All right, so what is so bad about arsenic? We never even heard about it before, right? That's good, right? So, but over there, people are exposed to it day in, day out. They drink, they eat, they wash. And the first symptom from arsenic poisoning that's most visible are skin lesions. Right, those are the easily, you can see it from the hands, the palm, the sole of your feet, your body, etc., your chest. So it takes around 5 to 10 years of exposure. And then after that, of course, skin cancer will come next, 20 to 30 years, and then lung cancer. Okay, oh, and I need to mention that most of the people with skin lesions, usually they are more susceptible to developing skin cancer later on. Okay, so just to show you what skin lesions are, so there are 4 types. This is the least severe type. It's called melanosis, so it's found on the chest of a patient. It's just like raindrop pigmentation, really. Right? So this is a bit more severe. I guess you can see it. So you can see that this roughened, thickened, right, skin is on the palm of a patient. So this is just one skin lesion. Most people have it all around their palm and their chest. So it's quite painful, as you can imagine. All right, so we decided to do an intervention, right? Just now the well that you see was unpainted. So we're like, hey, why not we paint the wells? We test all the wells, and then for those that are clean or below the standard, we'll paint it green, right? And then we'll put posters everywhere and inform people, do not drink from the red painted wells, otherwise, you'll get all these symptoms, which is typical of arsenic poisoning. So we did that. Oh yeah, just to show an example of a red painted well. So it's quite obvious that it's a highly contaminated well, but you can see people still getting water from it, right? Okay, so the objective of this study is really to try to evaluate the association between reduced arsenic exposures and whether they recover, right? We know that if you are exposed to arsenic, you get skin lesion, and you might get skin cancer later on. So what if we reduce your arsenic exposure today? Is it going to help? Are you going to recover? So that's really what we are trying to study. So it has been published in Environmental Health Perspective. So again, this is the study site. As you can see, most of the Bangladesh area are severely affected, mostly colored in red or orange red. So this is me back then. This is a long study, right? Yeah, so we had a baseline study. We recruited 900 cases and controls, and then we did a follow-up, and we recruited the same people. So we followed them over 10 odd years. Okay, this is a question, but it's a case control follow-up study. That's the answer. Yeah, so we did a case control follow-up study. We collected blood, DNA, arsenic from their tube wells, so even collected their toenails, their hair, to study the cumulative effects of cumulative exposure to arsenic. And we assessed their skin lesion severity and questionnaire to assess their lifestyle, etc. Okay, so out of 900 cases, we found that 65 of them actually recovered. But however, the majority, 485, stayed as cases. Okay, so we test this hypothesis to see whether they can truly recover, whether it's statistically significant. Okay, and interestingly, we found that in water arsenic, if you just look at the recovered cases here on your left, right, the black bars denote at baseline level, gray follow-up level. You can see that the follow-up level is significantly lower than the baseline level, which means that our intervention actually worked, right? So at baseline, they were exposed to 100 micrograms per liter of arsenic, but after our intervention, they were exposed to less than 50. Okay, still higher than WHO, but at least it's lower than the Bangladesh standard. Okay, so this is study characteristics. I'm just quickly go through that. Recovered cases are younger. They have higher BMI, which maybe means that they are better nourished, right? They have better nutrition, And they also eat less betel nuts. So betel nuts is also a carcinogen. Okay, so in a nutshell, we found that as you reduce your arsenic exposure more, you increase your odds of recovery, meaning you reduce more of your arsenic exposure, the higher chance of you recovering from skin lesions. So it can be reversed, which to us is very encouraging, and we're very happy to see these results. Not just recover, because we saw that it's only 65 people recovered. So most of them, there's a reduction in their severity as well. So lower, the more that you reduce your arsenic, your severity of your skin lesions will be reduced as well. So maybe with time, they might recover. All right, so summary of the results. So we found that arsenic concentrations decreased by 41%. Great. And this reduction is associated with increase in their skin lesion recovery. So hopefully they won't get to the skin cancer, and other chronic diseases if they reduce their water arsenic intake. All right, so these are some of the conclusions. So we're continuing our remediation and safe drinking water programs, and we see a recovery within 10 years. We need to do more, longer studies, and therefore efforts to reduce arsenic must remain a priority. Okay, so this has been published. So not just skin lesions, we also found that arsenic was associated with type 2 diabetes as well. So if you are interested in the mechanisms and why and how, you can read our paper on AJE. Okay, these are the results. And talking about molecular epi, I didn't have time to share with you today, but we also looked at the genetic susceptibility of this population. We realized that, hey, how come some people, they don't drink, but they don't drink arsenic water or high arsenic water, but they still get skin lesions, right? Probably due to their genetic makeup. Yeah, so they have a susceptible gene, Notch2, that predisposes them to, have a lower tolerance for arsenic exposure. Yeah, so we did some of these genetic testing tests as well. Okay, so very important, you need to consider genetic susceptibility. Not everyone who is exposed to the same level will get the same health outcome. All right, so last but not least, I'll share my last study on air pollution. So this one is also very interesting. I'm sure we all agree that air pollution, is a health hazard. It has been shown to be increase of mortality, CVD, respiratory, the list goes on. And it has been listed as an IRAC, just now we talk about the Agency of Research on Cancer, as a group 1 carcinogen, meaning that there's sufficient evidence in humans that it causes cancer. Right, so these are the common pollutants that we look at. Okay, never mind, let's skip this. Okay, just a show of hands. Who do you think, how many of you think that indoor air pollution is less harmful than outdoor air pollution? Okay, how many of you think that it's actually more harmful than outdoor air pollution? Okay, good. Intan, I see your hand twice. Okay, so it depends, right? That's actually, it depends, right? It depends on what is your outdoor pollution like, but it's not always less harmful. Some people think, okay, if the outside air is bad, I just stay home, right? I close my window. It's good, it's clean. No, not always the case, right? If you have someone smoking at home, if you're burning something, you're cooking something all the time, then your indoor air pollution might be even worse than outside having a haze. Okay, so it really depends on the indoor activities. And sometimes indoor air pollution can go up to 10, 20 times higher than outdoor air pollution because of the lack of ventilation as well. So something to keep in mind. Okay, so PM2.5, I just want to say that it's a particulate matter that's really, really, really small. If you look at your hair, right, our hair is really quite thin. PM2.5 is 3% of the diameter of your hair. So microscopic, right, quite small. Probably cannot see with the naked eye. However, when it gets really, really polluted like this, so if you recognize this is in Singapore. It's our famous Marina Bay Sands, MBS, the infinity pool, right? This is on a very hazy day, I think a few years back. Right? So you can actually see it if it gets really, really bad, right? But even if you don't see it, even in this room, we're probably exposed to some levels of PM2.5 because you just can't see with naked eyes, all right? So we agree that, PM2.5, especially long-term exposure, has been shown to increase risk factors, risk of different chronic diseases like hypertension, chronic diseases like cardiovascular disease and lung cancer. And why is that the case? Because they are so small, you cannot see them, but they can penetrate really deep into your lungs and cause problems for you, right? So the bigger ones, maybe not so bad, but the smaller ones are the ones that has really been studied and really been found to be associated with all these chronic diseases, okay? However, you know that we move around, right? We don't just stay at one place, right? Right now, we are here at this nice aircon indoor environment, right? In 1-2 hours, we'll be out there, going out to the bazaar, going out to the market, etc. So there's all this spatial, right, in terms of where you are, the location, as well as temporal variation. So it's also a kind of like change as you move around from one environment, or we call it microenvironment, to another one. Okay, so this aim of our study is to try to assess the variability of air pollutants across different urban microenvironments and to assess the association with health outcomes. So we get volunteers, right? We need to do a study. So we recruit volunteers. They're all students like yourself. So we recruited a total of around a few hundred students. We are still recruiting. So we have this personal census. I don't get to bring it today, but it's about the size of your cell phone, right? And then they can measure PM 2.5, temperature, humidity, noise, etc. Temperature, yeah. And we also give them fitness tracker and also blood pressure monitor to bring around with them, you know, as they go for classes and go to the park to exercise, etc. And also have questionnaire. So we try to track them for 24 hours. All right, so this is just some illustration of the different microenvironments in Singapore. So we have a park, very nice, you know, go out with your mom or grandma for a walk. And we have the wet market and the hawker center. These are the more contaminated or polluted ones. Right, so basically we found that, you know, where is it? Hawker centers or wet markets, hawker centers have the highest average PM 2.5 levels, whereas something like offices and tertiary teaching spaces like this one tend to have lower PM 2.5. So yes, attend all your lectures. Help to reduce your air pollutant exposures. Right, and yeah, and we also found a significant association with blood pressure, especially for diastolic blood pressure as well as heart rate. So the more you're exposed, or the higher level of PM 2.5 you're exposed to, the higher your heart rate as well as your blood pressure. Okay, so in summary, we talked about climate change. We covered quite a lot of topics. So first I talked about climate change. I showed that it's been associated with various health outcomes. We also talk about water pollution, a case study on arsenic in Bangladesh. We talk about remediation activities, give you some example of community outreach and intervention efforts, and to show that it works, right? So we should continue to reduce arsenic exposures or any other environmental exposures, really. All right, and the last one, we talk about PM 2.5 within 24 hours, so it's actually short term, but we actually found to be associated with increased heart rate, right, and blood pressure as well. So this is just a summary of everything that I've presented today. All right, and all this work would not have been possible with me alone, so big team there from various institutions and yeah, thank you. I don't have space to list everyone, but everyone who has participated in this, all the participants, especially, we're very thankful, and all the funding sources as well. Okay, thank you very much. Yay, ended on time. So we can discuss more later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sio-Wijaya. Yeah, please give applause again for Dr. Sio-Wijaya for the insightful presentation. From Dr. Sio-Wijaya, we know that to measure the water pollution, we can use the arsenic level, and for the air pollution, we can use the PM 2.5, right? And next, last but not least, yeah, okay. Philip Elders, yeah, already joined with us in Zoom. So, hello, Philip.
Hello, good afternoon to you.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay. Okay, here Philip Elders will discuss with the topic of the, climate change impact on sensitive infectious disease, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And also on adaptation of healthcare systems.
Okay, okay, you have 30 minutes to presentation, and after that we will move to the 30-minute Q&A with all of the speakers. Okay, time is yours, Philip. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I will share my screen. Okay, are you able to see my screen now?
Not yet? Okay, yeah.
Yes, perfect. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. So my name is Philip Elders. I'm a medical doctor and a Ph.D. candidate in infectious diseases at the Amsterdam UMC. I'm very happy to join you, and I'll be talking about some climate-sensitive infectious diseases and mitigation and adaptation strategies in healthcare systems to manage climate-related healthcare risks. So I want to take a bit of a broader view first, because there's been no better time to be alive as a human, if we take a look. So what we can see is that global child mortality has been going down over the past 200 years significantly. And at the same time, life expectancy has been going up. This has mainly been due to very big increases in water and sanitation, vaccination rates, but also improved access to healthcare. And in that way, by reducing global child mortality and increasing life expectancy, we've also been able to grow the population in a very significant way, as you can see on this graph here on the right. But this population is putting an increasing pressure on the planet at the same time. So these are a lot of graphs. You don't need to see them all, but what you need to see is the trend that's going on in the graphs. So on the one hand, we have the socioeconomic trends. We can zoom in on some of those. So as I said already, the world population is increasing rapidly. Also, our energy use is increasing rapidly, but also, for example, our fertilizer consumption. And this is all due to this growing population needing to be fed, for example. And at the same time, we have these Earth systems trends, where we see that the CO2, the carbon dioxide emissions are increasing rapidly, nitrogen emissions, but also the degradation of the biosphere, so biodiversity loss. Some people are now calling this the great acceleration, because as you can see, all these graphs are accelerating quickly. And this is leading to increasing pressures on the environment, as we've heard in previous presentations as well. So in planetary health, which is a relatively new field, is where we try to study these changes on the environment and what the impact is on the health. So you've probably heard of public health and global health, mainly focusing on human health. Then we also have One Health, where we try to take animals into account, but planetary health, we try to take these changes in the natural environment into account and study what this means for our health in the end, and if we can find win-win solutions that are both good for the planet and for our health. And central to these, I think quite some themes have already been discussed, are the planetary boundaries. And these have been developed by a group of Earth system scientists to try and study the major mechanisms on Earth that try to keep the Earth systems in balance. So we often talk about climate change, which is the main focus of the session today as well. But besides climate change, we have a lot of different environmental pressures on Earth. So for example, biosphere integrity, looking at biodiversity, looking at land systems change, which I think also in Indonesia has quite a big issue with deforestation, for example. Freshwater change, so the use of water. Biogeochemical flows, which in the Netherlands is a big problem, where we have a lot of nitrogen pollution, for example, leading to biodiversity loss again. Ocean acidification, leading to the loss of coral reefs. Atmospheric aerosol loading, which we've heard in the previous presentation on air pollution, for example. Ozone depletion, leading to the hole in the ozone layer and leading to risks with UV radiation. And then a big group called the novel entities, which is focusing on, for example, plastic pollution, but also nuclear pollution and other chemicals. And as you can see here, the Earth system scientists have to try to define a safe operating space in which the Earth stays in homeostasis. And as soon as we cross this safe operating space across the green area into the orange or red, we are in a dangerous zone. And as you can see, for many of these Earth systems boundaries, or these planetary boundaries, we are crossing this very significantly, leading to different effects that can have major impacts on our health. And today, in my presentation, I mainly want to focus on the effects of climate change on health, specifically on infectious diseases, and what we can do to adapt to that. This is a nice framework developed by some of the founders of the Planetary Health Alliance, where they try to look at these different health exposures and use these planetary boundaries as a concept. So on the far right here, you see the different health effects. You see, for example, malnutrition or infectious diseases, or mental health impacts. And on this left side here, you see the underlying drivers, which is demographic shifts, so increasing population, our consumption, because if we consume more, we put more pressure on the Earth system, and technologies we can try to reduce their impact. And this leads to climate change or global pollution, as I said before. And this all has an impact on the air quality, but also our exposure to infectious diseases, and how that happens I will tell soon. And then we have different mediating factors, what we can do to try to adapt to these changes, which I also discuss in this presentation. So to take a step back, and perhaps this has already been discussed this morning a little bit, but I think it's always good to take a look at this graph because it's going very quickly. So this is the temperature over the last almost 200 years. And as you can see, it's always been varying a little bit over the years, but there's a clear increase in temperatures, and we're now at 1.2, 1.3 degrees warming already. And this is due to increasing carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases emissions. And as you can see, there's always been a different quantity of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere over the past 100,000 of years. But suddenly something happened, and as you can see here, this graph, it's going very, very quickly. And this is mainly due to us burning fossil fuels. This incredible increase is leading to a very rapid warming. And these are predictions of where we are going at the end of the century. And what we've said is in the Paris Agreement that we want to stick to the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming at the end of the century. But if we take a look at what our current policies are predicting is that we are going towards 2.5 to 2.9 degrees warming, and without any climate policies, we'd go to almost 4.5 degrees warming, which is an incredible amount of warming. And why that is, I'll show you in the next picture. This is a big paper published in Science, where another group of Earth scientists has tried to model and look at the different big Earth systems as well. So, for example, the Greenland ice sheet, the Amazon rainforest, but also the coral reefs around Indonesia, and try to predict at what degree of warming you will get tipping points. And these tipping points are positive feedback loops in which some of these systems will change into a new state and they cannot become like they were before. So, for example, for the Greenland ice sheet, they have modeled that above 1.5 to 2 degrees warming, you will get a positive feedback loop in which this Greenland ice sheet will start melting. And the melting will increase more and more rapidly because the white surface is not being able to reflect the warmth of the sun, and it will start melting more and more and more, and in the end it will disappear completely. And going above 1.5 degrees Celsius will mean that it most likely will happen. And the same is for the West Antarctic ice sheet. And once multiple of these tipping points are triggered, you will trigger more and more tipping points and the heating will go faster and faster. And this is why it's so incredibly important for us to stay within these 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming and not exceed it, because we'll trigger multiple tipping points and in the end we'll be unable to stop climate change anymore. So this is why it's so important for us to act rapidly. Multiple of these impacts, I think, have already been discussed today. But it's good to take a look again, and I'll focus a bit more on infectious diseases bit. But with these increasing temperatures, we're getting more extreme weather, and we're getting a lot of different impacts on our environment. So, for example, with increasing climate change, we're seeing increasing air pollution. We're seeing changes in vector ecology. So think of mosquitoes and ticks, for example. We are seeing increases in allergens. Also because the pollen season is becoming longer, leading to more allergies, for example, but also to more asthma exacerbations. We're seeing impacts on the water quality impacts. So think of, for example, the risk of with extreme weather, an outbreak of cholera. We're seeing an increased risk on water and food supplies, where we are seeing increasing droughts and less stability in producing food. We're seeing more and more extreme heat as well, having big impacts on the health of our patients in the future as well. So what we can do as a healthcare sector to adapt to this is we need to know what these different impacts are on our health systems. So we need to do these studies, as shown before, to see where are the impacts going to be and how can we adapt our health systems to this. Because we need to know where we're expecting an increased number of hospital admissions for which kind of diseases. We need to know that there's going to be supply chain disruptions, for example, due to extreme weather. One example right now, for example, in the Netherlands, we are having problems with our intravenous fluid medicines because we are for 60 to 70% dependent on one factory in the United States where the factory was just hit by a hurricane. And now we are seeing problems with our supply chains and we're not able to give as many intravenous medications as before. So building resilience and adapting to climate change means that we need to think about these things and plan for the future. And we need to adapt our communities as well to these changes. So zooming in a little bit on infectious diseases, which is my specialty, this is a nice study published in Nature, where they've tried to model or review all the different impacts that climate change will have on different infectious diseases. So on the left side, you see the different changes that will happen due to climate change. So for example, we'll see warming, we'll see changes in precipitation, so in rainfall, we'll see more floods due to extreme weather, we'll see more droughts, storms, and all of these will have different impacts on different types of infectious diseases. So for example, with more rainfall and with more warming, we'll see changes in vector-borne diseases. So it will change, for example, the distribution of ticks, which we're seeing already now in the Netherlands and in the United States, where we're seeing that the ticks are staying active for a longer period of time due to milder winters. But also, for example, for mosquitoes, where we're seeing that mosquitoes are increasing their habitat. They're increasing to the south of Europe, but also in Asia, they're increasing. And you are having a higher risk of, for example, outbreaks of dengue fever. You're having a higher risk of chikungunya because of these tiger mosquitoes going to different habitats. The same holds for waterborne diseases, with, for example, floods playing an important role, where with more floods leading to less water and sanitation, and you get an increased risk of different diseases. And I'll zoom in on two of those in the next slide. So this is an overview study published in the New England Journal of Medicine, where they've tried to look at the effects of extreme weather events on the risk of infectious disease outbreaks. And they, for example, looked at cholera. And as you can see, with more and more heavy precipitation and with, for example, a storm surge, you can see that there can be a flooding, and this will lead to disruption of, for example, the latrines, so the different water sanitation facilities. And if you have one person that has the cholera bacteria with it, you can imagine that if people have to wade through these high water levels, you have an increased risk of outbreaks of, for example, cholera. And the same happens, for example, for leptospirosis, where we see that in more urban areas, leptospirosis is a bacteria that is in infected urine of rats and can lead to severe kidney problems, for example, or pulmonary problems. With increased precipitation, you have an increased risk of the sewers overflowing and of outbreaks of leptospirosis. And with these increased risks, we need to think, how can we adapt our healthcare systems by thinking smartly about what we can do to prevent cases. So that's what they also tried to do in the study, is to give an overview. And what you need to think of is three big areas. So one, you have the hazard, which is, for example, the increased risk of intense storms or heat waves. And then you need to look at the exposure. So who are exposed to these hazards? So, for example, if you have a very high mountainous area, you have less risk of seawater overflowing. But people living at the coastal area, they have this exposure if there's a hazard of water overflowing. And then you need to identify the vulnerable populations. So, for example, the elderly or young children. And then you can find the people that are at risk of climate change-induced health risks. So what you can do is, on the one hand, try to mitigate by reducing the climate hazards, but that's mainly focusing on greenhouse gas reductions. And I'll come to that in a minute, what we can do as a healthcare sector on that. So that's mainly focusing on reducing our energy usage, but that's more for the long-term effects. And what you can do is also to try to reduce the exposure. So to, for example, build hospitals on higher grounds to reduce the risk that hospitals are not accessible anymore. You can increase the access of people to water and sanitation systems and build surveillance systems. And at the same time, you can try to reduce the vulnerability by providing universal healthcare to ensure that everyone has access to healthcare, to provide vaccinations for specific diseases where vaccinations are available, and try to build policies to reduce these vulnerable groups, and in that way reduce the risk of these waterborne climate-sensitive infectious diseases. And this you can also do for vector-borne infectious diseases by, for example, implementing vector control programs, by also building early warning and monitoring systems to see when these outbreaks are happening, and at the same time also providing personal advice to people, for example, to use mosquito nets in the case of, for example, malaria, or also wear protective clothing to reduce your risks of, for example, ticks attaching. And in this way, we can try to build resilience into the healthcare systems when facing climate change. And we think that health is a powerful argument to enhance climate ambition because health professionals are one of the most trusted professions. And when we as health professionals speak out and say this is going to be a big problem, is already a problem, and we need to do something about it, we believe that we can try to influence policymakers to make changes to reduce our sensitivity and vulnerability to climate change-induced health risks. So this was an example of how climate change can lead to a change in vector-borne diseases and how we can try to adapt to it. And I want to go a little bit into what we can do as a healthcare sector to try and reduce our impact, because I think that's also important to try and look at mitigation. And I think this is always an impressive picture. This is a Dutch former nurse, Maria Koik, and she's also an artist, and she had breast cancer. When she got a surgery, she asked for all the materials that were used in the surgery to be collected. And this is a picture of her being surrounded by all the materials being used in her surgery. And I think this is always incredible to see that there's so much being used, so much being polluted as well by the healthcare sector, mainly to try and reduce the risk of infections. But I think we've gone a little bit into overshoot. And that's also something we can see in some of the studies that have been done on the emissions of healthcare sectors, where we can see that globally, the healthcare sector is responsible for more than 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, which is more than the entire aviation industry. And for a country like the Netherlands, even higher, it's almost 7%. If you think that we are trying to adapt to climate change and we are causing disease by climate change and that we're contributing to it in such a big way, I think we have a responsibility as a healthcare sector to also try and reduce our emissions. And if you look at where these emissions are coming from, you can see that it's mainly from the supply chain. So that's mainly from the pharmaceuticals, but also the disposables that we are using and buying. But it's also from, for example, the energy that we're using in the hospitals, the anesthetic gases that we're using, and a lot of travel of, for example, the patients, but also the staff that it's traveling to and from the different places. So we can try and see if we can make this more sustainable to try and reduce our impact on the environment as well. I'll skip this for a minute. Besides climate change, we're also having a big impact on the environment, which I think was shown nicely before with the antibiotics as well, by our pharmaceuticals that we're using and prescribing our patients. And all of this is going into the environment and leading to a big impact on, for example, the water life in the environment, but also on by using, for example, painkillers in animals. We saw that with vultures, for example, with diclofenac, which is a painkiller being used to reduce inflammation. It's very toxic for vultures, and once the cows got a high dose of this to try and increase their growth as well, and the vultures were eating the dead cows, the vultures were dying, and this led to an ecosystem collapse. For example, with there being more other animals as well, leading to the increased risk of infectious diseases. So we need to think how we process our medication and how we tell our patients to handle leftover medication, for example, not flush it through the toilet, but bring it back to the pharmacy to be destroyed. And what we can do is we can try to make healthcare more sustainable. So this, for example, is a poster that we have in our hospital, which says no risk, no glove, to try and reduce the number of gloves that we're using and only use them when it's really necessary. And I think as healthcare professionals, we can start thinking about how can we reduce our impact on our environment to reduce the ultimate risk of climate change becoming uncontrollable and leading to very big health risks. And this is what we're trying to do as well in our hospital, is we're trying to study the impact that the healthcare system has on the environment. So these are colleagues of mine trying to measure the impact of an operation, for example, on the waste usage, and then trying to study where we can reduce the emissions as a healthcare sector. And this is a nice study, for example, where they looked at disposable surgical head covers. So in surgery, you usually wear one of these head covers. And what we used in the Netherlands were these disposable head covers where you throw them away after every surgery. And what they've tried to do is model the impact of using reusable head covers. And they saw that after 20 times of usage, where you wash these head covers all the time, it's becoming more and more sustainable already. So by studying this, we can really try to reduce our impact as a healthcare sector as well on the climate, and try to reduce the health impacts that climate change will have. And I think that looking at the time, I can speak a bit more, but I think it would be nice to have some time for the panel discussion as well. So I'd be happy to take some questions later, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, please give applause to Philip Elders. Thank you very much for the presentations. It is interesting that actually the healthcare sector is responsible in 5% carbon emission. Yeah, and now we will begin the question and answer session. So please, for our in-person audience, if you are have a question, please raise your hand. And for those joining in Zoom, you can also use the raise hand feature or just texting the question in the chat room. Okay, I give the floor for the audience here. Is there any question for all of the speaker, or you can direct to a particular speaker, or just give the question for all of the speaker? Okay, is there any question? You can just raise your hand. Okay, if there is still no one to, okay. Please, can the committee give the microphone? Okay, before you asking the question, you can introduce your name for the all of the audience.
Thank you. Thank you for all the panelists that give us very enlightenment material. I want to ask about the tooth. Forgive me for my English. For the increasing awareness, people change from because they consider the packaging and the microplastic content of the toothpaste. Some people it's to change to what they think more sustainable ingredient like charcoal or eco-enzyme toothpaste. And I want to ask, what is the health impact of these choices for the gum and overall of our health? And my second question is about the microplastic. What does any of the four panelists could explain more? What is the direct effect of this microplastic? As we know that microplastic is one of composition of air pollutant matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe I will summarize the question. Maybe the first question is directed to Professor Dr.rer.nat or all of the speaker. Excuse me, for the first question is directed to the Professor Dr.rer.nat or all of the speakers?
Especially for Dr.rer.nat, but if other speakers want to add their point of view, that will be very pleasant for me.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Okay, the first questions for Professor Dr. Nur Adinar and for all of the speaker, if you have another insight about this question, is about how about using the natural ingredient in dental disease, right?
Right. Okay, thank you for the question. I think it's very welcoming idea about using the natural products for our dental materials or dental products. But at the same time, we have to look at the efficiency of the products as well. As you know that if you were to use natural products, yeah, I'm just giving examples, certain products will not have what we call good shelf life as compared to the ones that without the natural products. For example, many of our mouth rinses, because I've been involved in mouth rinses formulation as well. If we were to use one with natural products, if that we try to omit the use of alcohol, it doesn't last long on the shelf. I'm not saying we can't use it. It's very welcoming to use natural product, but we just have to look for how we can make it of equal value or equal efficiency as the non-natural product. I think that's very welcoming. Okay. I open to others if there's anything that you would like to add.
Okay, thank you for Professor Dr. Nur Adinar. Is the answer is clearly enough? Okay, maybe for the next question is about microplastic. As we know that microplastic is present as a pollutant in the air and in the water. So how all of the speaker give the perspective about it? Maybe Dr. Suwijay can go first.
Yeah, so about microplastics, it's kind of an emerging exposure. So it's still under study, but you're right. If it's really tiny, it depends on the size. Definitely it could be included as PM 2.5 if the size is small enough. But you're right. It can be in the air, in the water, etc. So I think studies are still ongoing, and they found it, that microplastics that's shattered from the plastic that we use can eventually get into the bodies of fish, for example, and then when we consume it, it can also get into the human system as well. And plastics like BPA has been found to be associated with endocrine disruptors or like diabetes, etc. I think research are ongoing. So I hope that answers the question. Maybe the other panels can chime in as well.
Okay, maybe from Professor Dr. Ika or from Philip can adding the answer.
Yes, I could also comment on this.
Yes.
So last year there has been a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine looking at micro nanoplastics in carotid arteries, where they did surgeries on patients that had to have a carotid endarterectomy, and where they found microplastics in over half of these patients. And they followed these patients for 3 years afterwards, and they saw that the patients that had microplastics in their arteries had a much higher risk of developing a stroke or myocardial infarction, for example. I think this was one of the first studies showing in a big way that microplastics have a big effect on our health, but we don't know exactly how it works. But I do think that this is alarming and showing that these microplastics can have a big effect, for example, in cardiovascular disease, but we don't know how this exposure is, how we're getting these microplastics into our bodies, and exactly how they're leading to this disease risk. But I think this study is a very big signal that we need to think about microplastics, try to reduce it, and study it further.
Okay, thank you for the response. And is there any questions? Any other questions? Maybe from the Zoom? Is there any question? No. Maybe I can ask a question for you, Dr. Sowije. Okay. Yeah, as you mentioned before that the arsenic level can be used as an indicator to measure the water pollutant, right? Is there any other method that can we use other of arsenic level to measure the pollutant, water pollutant?
So yes, so just now what I shown, we just measured the, so yeah, that's a good question. So there are different kinds of arsenic. There's inorganic arsenic and organic arsenic. I didn't cover the organic ones. Yeah, so the organic arsenic is actually found in rice, and also fish, chicken, spinach, and vegetables. So what we measured here is mainly inorganic arsenic, which are the common ones that we found, in groundwater, etc. So other ways to measure, I guess we can also measure the metabolites of arsenic, which we did. I don't want to go into details, but there are also like different metabolites of arsenic, like MMA, DMA, and different metabolites can have different health influences as well. So we did measure that too. And on top of that, besides the water that they consumed that we collected, we also measured, like I mentioned, the arsenic in their nails. So as you know, the nails take around 9 to 12 months to grow out. So that's kind of indicative of the cumulative exposure to arsenic over the past year or so. Yeah, so these are the different ways that we use.
Okay, thank you for the answer, doctor. So we still have 10 minutes for the Q&A session. Is there any question again? Okay, please.
Thank you. May I respond to the answers given?
Yeah, okay.
For my question before. Yeah, thank you. For the endocrine disrupting chemicals that bind to consider binds to this microplastic, these chemicals disrupt the developmental pattern of the children, because I observe on my children and my friends' children, that the developmental pattern are shifting, and it becomes lebih cepat. The developmental stages is achieved faster than the theory said. Is that true? That is this correlation for the endocrine disrupting chemicals?
Okay. The question is directed to all of the panels, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is it true that the faster development in the children is affected by the disrupt chemical in microparticle?
Yes, maybe from microplastic or any other means that is polluted from the environment.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Dr. Sowije or Philip or Professor Dr. Nor can answer the questions. The question is about, is it true that the faster of the developing in the children is affected by and correlation of the microplastics? Yeah.
Endocrine disrupting chemicals.
Yeah. What's type of the chemical that disrupting the development?
I'm sorry, I don't think I can answer. I can respond to the question because my specialty is in periodontics. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for the response, Professor Dr. Nor. Maybe Philips or Dr. Sowije can answer or maybe give the perspective about the statement.
Yeah, I'm not so familiar with the children's health literature on this topic. Yeah, I believe there's probably some association with like children development, but I'm just not too familiar to comment on this.
No, unfortunately, it's the same for me. I know of studies where these endocrine disrupting chemicals have been associated with less prenatal growth, obesity in children, but I'm not that familiar, unfortunately, with this literature. No.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you for all.
Okay, thank you for all of the panels because okay, oh, I think there's one question from the Zoom, yeah, from Derara Mulune from Ambo University in Ethiopia. Yeah, I want to ask, okay, she's going to ask a question to Professor Dr. Ika, but unfortunately, she is left the Zoom, yeah, okay, yeah. She has another schedule, so she cannot join us again with us. So the question is directly to Professor Dr. Ika, but maybe Dr. Sowije or Professor Dr. Noor or Philip Elders can answer the question. The question is there any direct relation between drug resistance and climate change rather indirect effect? For instance, using in high temperature or in low temperature? Okay, maybe for the other panels, can you share about the perspective about drug resistant and climate change in an indirect effect, especially maybe using in high temperature or in low temperature for cooking the meat to reduce the antibiotic of residue.
Well, I can comment shortly on that. I'm not aware of a direct effect of climate change or increasing temperatures, but it could be, of course, that some pathogens are growing better, for example, and have more ability to adapt. But I'm not fully aware on that, how climate change or increasing temperatures will lead to more antibiotic resistance. I think indirectly, definitely, it can lead to more antibiotic resistance by increasing the risk of, well, the different diseases that I already mentioned before, with more vector-borne diseases, more waterborne diseases, and in that way leading to more infectious disease outbreaks. And if you use antibiotics incorrectly during those outbreaks, you of course have an increased risk of antibiotic resistance in the end. So climate change is certainly linked, but if there's a direct effect, I'm not completely certain.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you for the answer. Maybe from Professor Dr. Noor or Dr. Sowije, is there any perspective from you?
Yeah, likewise, I don't think there is a direct effect regards to the antibiotic resistance, but of course, indirectly they can be. I haven't come across any study that look at the efficacy of any biotics used in high or low temperature. But I've got one thing to ask to the probably to comment with regards to this presentation today. I like the idea about awareness about the carbon footprint in the dental or medical sectors, like we reduce the use of gloves, masks, and other consumables when we do our procedures. But the thing is, how do we balance between the infection control and having to reduce the carbon print. It's more like it's a very delicate. Yeah, we like to reduce, but at the same time, we don't want to compromise on the infection control bed, which is very, very, like it could lead to other issues. So how do we address this?
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Nur, for the interest perspective, yeah, about this our topic this afternoon. Okay, maybe the time for the question and answer is already over. And thank you again to all of our speakers. Can you give a big applause for them? And thank you to everyone in the audience for your engaging questions. Maybe this session can lead, can carry forward the knowledge and share to make a positive impact in the critical area about climate change on human health. Okay, thank you for all of the speakers, Professor Dr. Nur and Dr. Sowijay and Philip Elders. Thank you for the valuable insight, and we hope that this discussion has enriched your understanding and can make a better future for our beloved Earth. Okay, thank you for the participation. Give me applause then. And now we have another schedule. If I'm not going wrong, we already scheduled to visiting the museum. Yeah, that will be handled. I'm sorry. Okay, the visiting museum can be handled from the Mas Jupiter Aryo and Mbak Dwi Hidayati and Mbak Yuyun Yohana. And the time I come back to the Mas Yopi. Thank you very much.
Check. Okay, thank you so much, guys. That was the first panel of Summer Course 2024. Bu Maya, terima kasih. And after this, please bring all your belongings. After this, you will go to the museum that just launched by the director of Universitas Gadjah Mada. There will be two parts of museum. The first museum is Bio-Paleoanthropology, and the second museum is Anatomy Museum. So you will accompanied by Mas Aryo over there, Mas Aryo. And then you will have Mbak Yuyun outside this auditorium, and also Mas Ian. And you will go to the museum. After you visit the museum, you can go back to your dormitory. Okay, so see you tomorrow. Tomorrow the class will be held on Tahir Building. Sana. Tahir Building, 8th floor, North Wing. We will start at 8 p.m. Okay, thank you so much and see you everyone. Bye.